Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, January the 13th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Mr. Squirrel. So you guys can hear me. You can see my screen. Yeah, just as I was getting set to open this room, look at the pop for INTC Intel. That was Look at the run up ahead. That's kind of interesting. I mean, it's been beaten up a lot over the last while. Look at the run up ahead. And as somebody pointed out, I guess they've got a new CEO. I always wonder how the old CEO feels, when you see something like this. Pretty kind of a big blow to your ego. You get rid of me, and look what happens to the stock price. Anyway, that's a huge move. I mean, 4.1 billion in the float to move 9%. That is a big move. Now, there is a ton happening. All right, what do I talk about first? Maybe take a look at big, guys. Big, B-I-G. This is being hit hard. It's kind of rebounding a little bit. Kind of a pre-release of earnings, guidance. Not good. Look at this. It's down 7.8%, but it was down. Actually, it was down a little bit further than that this morning. But they released guidance for upcoming earnings, and it doesn't look good for big. Mara. Oh boy. Well, this you always have to worry about, but it is rebounding, not too badly. But they've done a financing. $12.5 million at $20 a share, so it is at least lifting off the financing price, but it is still down 16%. That must have been announced after hours. Acor, A-C-O-R, is it still holding the gap? Yeah, not bad. Acor, A-C-O-R. They are selling one of their operations. I think it was for about $80 million. I think there's some other news too, but that was the main news that I saw for ACOR. It's a low float, 7.8 million in the float. WIMI, WIMI. Patent received. They're 3D in the 3D sector. Patent received. That's a huge gap up for WIMI. Another low float situation, 11 million in the float. Yeah, my favorite one, JAGX. Is it still holding the gap? Not quite, got all the way up to 441, back down to 385. But the interesting thing is that they did do financing, 4.4 million shares at 338 a share. So instead of getting clobbered like Mara did, this actually moved a lot higher. That's pulling back a little bit, but it's still way above the financing price. OPTT, see if it's still holding the gap. Yeah, it's still holding the gap. Don't see any specific, I don't see any specific reason for it. That's a nice gap. Oh, I also should mention, as I put in the comment section, IPOF. You guys, if you were in the room yesterday, you know that I was interested in getting it again. So I did end up taking it right around here at 414. Watched it after hours, and then I wasn't going to let the same thing that happened to me yesterday. So it got up to over 15. As it came back down through 15, I sold at 14.94. So right now this is kind of a trading vehicle for me. It's not really getting going yet. But definitely a nice little move from 14.14 to 14.94 for me. Bio. BIOL. Yeah, we were watching this one yesterday. So there was the high yesterday. So it's a little bit above the high. The next level could be around that 160 mark if it keeps going. A lot of volume. Look at that volume already, 21 million shares. GOEV. Boy, there are a lot of stocks moving this morning. Another one up 17%, 2 million shares, GOEV. Again, the whole sector. I mean, look at Plug. Plug got an upgrade this morning. PLUG got an upgrade this morning from, who was it, from Wainwright. has upgraded their forecast from 60 to 85. I don't know if you guys remember when I used to always, somebody used to would pop in Plug. This is maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I wouldn't even look at it. Plug, we used to call it the Troika. Plug, Ballard, and Fuel Cell. They used to do just a bunch of nonsense. Well, they're laughing at me now. But in my defense, I mean, for years and years, these things did absolutely nothing. And the aforementioned Fuel Cell, FCEL, along with Ballard, I mean, they're making a new high. Well, not a new high, but recent highs. Now, you might want to, I mean, this was the IPO from yesterday. KUKE, let's see what it's doing now. Got up to 1179, the IPO from yesterday. KUKE, China Music. And the other one was QLI. Let's see what QLI is doing. QLI was also an IPO from yesterday. Yeah, so look at this. But it is, again, it's pulling back, 1572 down to 13. It's going to be very active though. Did see Acor, yep. Talked about it. You know, guys, you might want to keep an eye. I know this is beaten up badly by Hindenburg. Just keep an eye on a 20 break for NKLA. You know, this has been had a decent day yesterday. You can see if it can take out 20, it might gain some traction. FRSX, another EV play. I'm sorry, this is autonomous. Not quite an EV play, but automotive play. How's that? 32 million in the float, big pop up, 13%, lots of volume already. And Fubo, man, oh man. So I don't know if Zach's in the room. I know he said he was going to swing this one yesterday. What a nice swing so far. And they have bought Vigtory, very clever, Vigtory. They have bought Vigtory, private company. NCNA. Big pop up for it. It did barely get above the 200-day moving average yesterday. Closed around 530. It's over the 200-day now. Let me see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any specific reason. GLNG. I think this is out of the Bahamas. I'm sorry, Bermuda. GLNG, big gap up for this one. Just gonna see the news. I don't know. I don't see the New Fortress Energy to buy Hygo Energy, Golar partners in a 5. Okay, so I guess New Fortress Energy to buy HYGO, Hygo Energy, and partners in a $5 billion deal. So that's a huge deal, I guess. Big gap, big pop up for GLNG. In fact, yeah, I mean this is taken out even those weekly highs. TMBR, this was very active yesterday. I think it's still above yesterday's high. Let's see, not quite. Well, okay, it is above yesterday's high. There's after hours action, 135. So it's still above yesterday's high. Look left. I mean, you know, if it can continue, you got a shot to get up to this area, 166. Another EV, Aero, AYRO, a very interesting area for it to be in. There's the high 2 days ago at 730, so it's above that. We were watching this yesterday. You know, if it can still gain some traction, there's not a lot of volume yet, but if it can gain some traction, it's got a shot to fill in this area up to 10. All right, here's an earnings play, KBH. I don't think it wasn't terribly dynamic, but I think it was up. Actually, it's not bad. It's up 5%. KBH is an earnings play. The issue really, though, is right here. You can see on that daily chart, what are we at now? 36. So the high here is 36.10. The high here is 35. So all these highs are around the 36 level. Okay, so if it can take this out, the 36 level, then it has a shot to this 38 level. Okay, that would be the next area perhaps. I don't think GL, well, according to us, it's a Bermuda GLNG. That's a Bermuda flag profile, headquarters in Hamilton, Bermuda. Maybe it's incorporated there, but it's a Korean stock. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. And SNCA, boy, there's a lot happening this morning. SNCA, yeah, so this is actually fading quite a bit. They had fast track designation for whatever drug they've got from the FDA, but this has pulled quite a bit back. See if I missed anything off my big list this morning. Yeah, here's one that's just entering the fray. SYBX coming in here, 15%. Not bad, the volume so far this morning. Look at the gap. Looking left now. 304 is the high looking left. If it can take that out somehow, then the high back on, when was this, the week, November the 25th, got as high as 4. All right, so here we go. Chardon. Not too familiar with these guys, but doubles their target to $10. I don't see any other. I don't see any. I mean, they announced their 2020 corporate milestones. That was after hours. That was actually after hours on the 11th. So that's not recent news. But all I see is an analyst, Chardon Capital, maintains a buy and raises the price target to 10. That is very aggressive. All right, just give me a moment here. Yeah, that was a big gap for INTC. So I guess it's okay. So there is a replacement. It wasn't just they're getting rid of him, but they actually have the name of the guy. So poor old Bob Swan getting replaced by Pat Gelsinger, and that just absolutely popped the stock. Okay, guys, AYRO. It's getting sneaky good right now. AYRO. All right, what time is it? 9:18. Let me just quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Okay, again, we have a lot of each. More upgrades than downgrades. Let me see if I can pick a few of them off. SYBX, guys. Again, an aggressive price target. Let's see if it's in here actually. See, there's an upgrade for KBH. Who did that one? Wedbush. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. Skills, guys, SKLZ on the way up also. Couple of downgrades for DD, I'm noticing. Take a look at what it's doing pre-market. All right, guys, there's a lot of upgrades, downgrades. Those are the ones I've just plucked in there, but let's see DD is doing. A couple of downgrades for DD. Who did that? One is by HSBC, and the other one was by, I don't know who these guys are, Vertical Research. Well, no real thoughts on it. I mean, it's not the 26,000 shares FUV. I mean, if you're asking me what to do, I mean, if obviously this was a trade of the week, fantastic, 15.80. It's probably $3 almost right there after hours. Not sure what you expect me to say, really. All right, iPod, IPOD. This is on the move here. What did it hit long back here? This is when it probably opened, got up to 18. So this one right now, 16.10. So it's just almost at the 3-day ago high. If it gets over that, it could start to fill in. Yeah, somebody mentioned Live. Yeah, look at Live here. Wow, Live Ventures. See if there's any announcements. So they've announced. I don't know if this is a pre-release, guys, or not. We have it here, February 17th. So I don't know if they've just announced way ahead of time. That's about a month before what our analyst or our data provider has for us. So I'm not sure. It looks like this is announces. It's not just their guidance or pre-release. So this is huge. I mean, if this is correct, I mean, it says EPS of 640 from a negative 137, a loss of 137 year on year. So I gave you a little kudos there, Zach. I know you said you were swinging Fubo. Now, I think you have changed, haven't you? Because you were kind of dumping on Fubo while it was going down, saying who would buy this, which is great. I mean, this is, maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was somebody else. But as traders, we have to be flexible. If things change. And again, I don't know if that was you. I know somebody was really dumping all over Fubo as it was moving down. It got slammed, and Okay, I know a lot of you are following in QuantumScape, QS. Nice little move here. I haven't seen Candy really. I mean, it can't get out of its way. I mean, it's just lagging horribly behind the other China EVs. So, look, if it takes out 10 at some point, gets over here, maybe, but it's lagging really, really, those other China EVs. I know there's lawsuits against them, etc. Yeah, I think GM had an upgrade this morning. Yeah, I mean, it's an all-time high. I don't really know how I can add anything. It's an all-time high now for GM. All right, I am going to switch. I'm going to switch layouts right now. And Tiger, look at Tiger go here too. What a run it's had. China Fin Financial. What a run Tiger has had. TIGR. All right, I am going to switch layouts. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, so we were talking about this solo yesterday. I do have a little bit of this. I said I was going to swing this if it closed well. It closed pretty well. So I do have some of this solo just in case it keeps moving with the rest of the EVs. So I'm in right around here, around this 850 mark. Okay, so keeping an eye on the AYRO though also. I think their vehicles are very much the same. Three-wheelers. The other one, I mean, this EH in the China airline sector. Look, I mean, what a run! 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, the $13 stock, $33 now. Another nice day yesterday, breaking out of all of this. This is EH. Mara is coming back, guys. MIRA. So it's got hammered on their financing, but it is well, obviously it held the financing level very well. Financing's at $20, so it is moving higher. What is Bitcoin doing? All right, now you've got my interest in the GSAT. It is over $1 now. Yeah, a little over $1. Wanted to get after this morning, got up to 113. All right, market is going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have another great trading day, everybody. Again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, I got to race through this one. Click on New, Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list, okay? Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Remember, everything in here is a layout. Before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, because your layout will be replaced. And we are now open. Okay, one moment, please. All right, live. Yes, live just got halted. And it's stacking up at 35.35. This is crazy low float. Crazy low float for a $33 stock. And man, oh man, look at FUV. Boy, what a great trader of the week. Remember, the trigger was 1580. Little challenge up here to 2022. Oh, you're welcome, Rolanda. Roland, sorry. All right, here's one that's popping right now. SINT, big volume coming into it. Relatively low flow, 25 million. Probably a lot of resistance though nearby. This reminds me a little bit. No, the other one, ZOM, is not doing very well. I don't think it's doing very well. Okay, it did pop up, held the dollar, So, but it's got a ways to go to get up to yesterday's high, which was almost around 150. But it is starting to come back. Lots of volume coming in. Look at the volume, 50 million shares already. All right. This has been a little bit inactive for a while here. NNDM though, look at this, putting a charge into it. 1049 is the high right there, I believe. 1049 takes that out. I don't know really what resistance there is for NNDM. This is, I guess this is in the 3D market. Can't quite tell. All right, this is, this got halted. This QLI just got halted. Again, the China IPO from yesterday. What did it get up to? Got up to $22 yesterday. Just got halted. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things try to settle down a little bit. There's that Momo from yesterday. So Momo took this out. Now, I mean, what a nice day it had yesterday. I was worried about this area right there as a potential resistance. It closed a little bit above that area. There's the next area right here for Momo. Okay, definitely keep an eye on this SYBX. A very aggressive price target put on this company by, I can't remember the name of the firm anymore, but Chardan. Okay, guys, there's NKLA, over $20. I mean, I know this is beaten up back here. They're actually from back here, $93 from Hindenburg, and their scathing report on them, etc. But, you know, it is coming back in KLA. I'd like to see how well this holds $20. I mean, look at the gap, guys. There's the 200-day moving average is up here, so that's far enough away. How's BIG doing? BIG, how is it doing? Is it recovering? It's kind of choppy, pretty choppy right now to begin with. This is a kind of pre-release business update. Obviously not great. Wow, Momo. Well, it's just taking this out right now. All right, TIGR continues here. TIGR, China, look at the volume that came in. That's that first 15-minute candle. 15-minute candle. Tiger, guys, Tiger. Got a tiger by the tail in this one. Look at this one, TIGR. So it's taken out the pre-market high now. Okay, guys, was this a late alert again for the AI on ACLS? Is anybody tell me on that one? No? Okay. So that was a very quick pop then for it. Well, when I say late, what I'm talking about is I see the alert was at 9:36, and it might have been very fast moving. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, did you get what was the price when we actually got that alert, 9:36? But it looks like it came in on time. No, we had a problem earlier this week. All right, RMTI. Haven't seen you for a while. 86 million in the float, so it's a big float. RMTI, there's a high rate looking left, 126. Okay, what is the market doing? Market's up a little bit here. NAS is just off a little bit. SPY's off. I mean, SPY and NAS are basically flat. Market's up. Dow is up just a little bit. So not. So guys, and I don't know if I'm going to swing it, but I decided to take this NKLA. I mean, at 20, I think 2020 or something. Yeah, 2020. So I'm going to put a 20 stop on it. If it dips down below 20, I'm out. But and it's possible that I will swing it, depending how it closes, of course. But that might be the fact that it was really moving quickly. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. A late alert. What I'm talking about is that, we have like earlier this week. I think we had an entry time. We'll just say 9:35, but we didn't actually see the alert till about 9:42 or 10 minutes later. I'm not talking about. I mean, we can't help the fact that the stock is moving really quickly. Anyway, I'm going to keep an eye on it. I want to see when the next ones come in. All right, NKLA. Boy, this is turning out really well, guys. NKLA. That's approximately 2020. Wow, this is really turning out well. I'll just get it up here. So I sort of broke a little bit of a rule. I don't usually trade in the first 20 minutes, but I did say that, holding over 20. Now I've just taken some out, guys, and the symmetry, a little over 2120 or 21. Whoa, boy, it's just popping again. Wow, I mean, this is really, I don't see if there's any specific news for it. Okay, secures energy partner for hydrogen production. I mean, that, I guess there is some news. Okay, guys, I guess that's it for me. My day is done, as they say. The nice pre-market sell of the IPOF from yesterday, and then of course it's Nikola. Wow. The nice, like a 20-cent stop on it. Yeah. Not quite the right demographic for going to Disneyland, but what time is it? 9:46. Okay, so just waiting to see if we get anything in my watch list up and down. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. And of course, nothing is happening yet. Tiger, 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 Tigr. Okay, so I just see that alert that came in for the AI. So it's okay. I mean, we can't help. We can't help if you get an alert and something just rips in the next second. Puts on 20 or 30 cents. That can't be helped, of course. But I'm just looking at when we got the alert and the price, and it is so. They are. It is correct. All right, let me get my marks here. And 2127. This is for my video that I do later on. All right, so I can talk about this one. Now, this is an AI alert early. Again, 28.65 on the short, 26.88 right now. A little surprised I'm not getting any alerts yet from my watch list, though I can see why. Nothing in my watch list is at the day's high or low, so that's one reason, and that's what has to happen. So if SYBX gets up to 319 or so, we will get an alert here. And this is again a super aggressive price target of $10. I'm not familiar with Chart. I think I've seen their name, but I'm not too familiar with what Chardon is all about. All right, I said I would try to short one of these SPACs, QELL, QELL. Now I'm going to watch to see how it trades right around that 13 level. It's the high over here, $14. All right, guys, so I have shorted this QELL. If it hits 13, I'm out. I'm in at 1283 on the short. See what happens. I said I would try one. This thing just happened just so many times. These SPACs, they have the pop and then they just drop. But, you know, I have a pretty tight stop on it, so... Just watching it. Again, this is just a gut feel on my part. I've seen so many of these SPACs that do this, and then they just fade. Again, it may not happen this time, but again, guys, I'm just watching this. I don't want it to all of a sudden do a big quick pop on me. Take a look at the high, not the pre-market high for SYBX. It's, oh, there it was. Okay, so, okay, guys, I may be getting out of this. Just want to give it a little bit more time here. All right, guys, I'm just watching it. I want to see if it can get rejected at 13. Okay, guys, I'm actually out of it. It hasn't hit 13. Well, just did hit 13. Okay, that didn't work. However, I will take a look later on it. Well, this is super strong now, so that's why you have a stop, guys. You know, just saw exactly what I did. Pretty low risk. Yeah, meanwhile, who cares? Look at NKLA. Wow. Music to my ears. If you have the momentum up, you notice NKLA is just ringing over and over and over again. I have this text to voice, so this is just telling me over and over again, making new highs, new highs, new highs. Wow. Well, again, guys, if you ever wonder why you have a stop and why I was watching this really closely, I mean, look. I mean, what if I'd got very stubborn? All right. Remember, I shorted this at 12.83. There's a dollar. Yeah, but I was shorting it. So, but, got out with a very manageable little loss. All right, just over 22. I don't have that much left of this NKLA. I'm not going to let this thing go down too much more. Almost $2. 22.15. All right, VUZI guys. Wow, look at this one go. VUZI. Look at this one. What a move here. Look at the volume that is coming in. If you look left, what has it got? 995 is the high, so that's not an issue. So you look left, the next high in the daily chart is around 11, so it's got about $1 if it wants to keep filling in this gap. Just want to get my mark on the NKLA. There we go. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the SYBX. Okay, so again, there's only one reason I see this one up. And again, this is Chardon Capital, maintains a buy and raises price target to $10. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get to 10, and they don't even know if it's going to get to 10, but they're obviously trying to juice it a bit with that aggressive price target. Because I've seen so many of them pop up and then just drift down over the last few weeks, Grumpy, so I thought I'd take a chance. Why not? Keep an eye on this one, guys. This is shortable. This LMFA. So this is at yesterday's broken down below yesterday's low. How much volume? Yeah, pretty good volume. Low float. This is a potential short LMFA. Pretty choppy, SYBX. A little bit choppy. Got these bottoming tails and topping tails, but let's just see if it gets really, really rolling here. Get some volume. I mean, the volume, that's that first 15-minute candle. Let's see if, but the volume is just dried up. I'm sorry, that's the second candle. So let's see what happens, see if it can maintain its volume. All right, guys. Well, SYBX is getting interesting. I mean, like not going to tell anybody what to do in terms of buying, but it's definitely interesting with that aggressive price target. And you look left, and it's got room to 4. Never mind the 10. Still pretty choppy looking, this SYBX. All right, so I have another alert set for SYBX. I'm going to set the alert just up in this area here, around 326, see if it gets back up there. And then we get some volume and just pops it up. All right, guys, so I am all out of my my swing of solo, basically flat. I'm noticing that solo and also AYRO, AYRO dropping. So the solo, my attempt at swinging solo, I mean, I took it yesterday, did a nice little move in the pre-market, but I'm basically out flat, so got it right around here, that 840 mark. I'm all out of NKLA. So at this point, I'm in, okay, the SYBX is coming back. At this point, I'm in nothing. Yeah, market is, putting a bit of a big red candle here. So what we need to do is find an alpha stock that doesn't care what the market's doing right now. That it may be the SYBX. I mean, obviously it doesn't care. It's not putting in a big red bar. But let's just see if it can hold this area. So this one, Vero at 204. Okay, so I see why I have this on the watch list. So, I mean, if it can hold 2, VERO, if it can hold 2, oh, there goes the SYBX. If it can hold to then the next high looking left is about 250. So, I mean, it has a bit of a shot. All right, SYBX. The only news I saw on it was a big upgrade by Chardon Capital and raising a price target to $10. That's all I really saw on it. They did have some news on the 11th after hours, outlining upcoming clinical milestones, 2020 corporate milestones. That was released after hours on the 11th. Okay, guys, again, I can't tell you to take the trades, but you know what we're watching for. And there's a GME. Yeah, what a continuation. I mean, look at this day. Look at the day it's having. We got rid of all of this. GameStop rally extends as Chewy influence touted. Go! Okay, I'm totally aware of this 350, guys. Dips down below 350. I'm taking a big. Okay, I've just taken some out. You know, I always think this the 50-cent mark for a stock under $5 can be a bit of a psychological level. All right, I'm all out of it now, guys. I'm all out of SYBX. I'll take a look at it again if it can crack that 350 mark. So not a bad percentage move for me from the 326 where I got it and 349, 347 on the way out. So we'll see if it can hold. All right. Now let's see. Again, I have an alert set at the high of the day, SYBX. All right, well, I see it's now over 350 again. No, I'm not in it. Did not get back in. There's the next level, guys, $4, which may stall it. but it's still looking pretty good. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right back. Yeah, look at that SYBX. So it came right back down. Right back down. Pretty choppy, guys. I mean, 360 right back down to 334. That's a big percentage drop. All right, let's take a look at the Vero. See how well it's holding to, which is good. Low float. Hair restoration. All right. All right, so that red candle that looked pretty ominous has been bought right back up. Take a look at the SPY. That's what I'm talking about. Remember, this was a red candle all the way down here. Looked pretty ominous, but it's been bought back up. What time is it right now? 10:13. So another 2 minutes for this candle to close. Look at NKLA. I mean, it basically mirrored what the SPY did. You know, look at that bottoming tail, bought back up. Again, look at the SPY, the big bottoming tail, right back up. Root. I don't see any news for it. Guess this was an IPO back here. Not a very good one so far. I mean, it is recovering. Best I can see here, I mean, it's having a nice day, getting rid of all this now on that day. Then you look left, maybe some room to 22 or so, 22. I mean, the next high looking left is 2160. And then after that, looks like pretty good resistance around, you know, the 2250 mark. All right, here's a big Canadian telecom, Shaw Communications, SJR, released earnings pre-market. Obviously not great, or the reaction is not great. This is it's kind of a sleepy stock though. I guess my switching back to them last month didn't help. You know, look at that GSAT, guys. Wow. I mean, yeah, it had a nice little pop up to 117, but now dropping down below a dollar. So I know a lot of you are following it. I'd put an alert around 110, see if it regains up into this area. Look at Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, after there was the earnings reaction January 7th. So there was the reaction. Kind of, well, so there, day before it was up here, the reaction down here, it did recover, and it's been recovering ever since, BBBY. All right, so this one is wow. Okay, coming right into the 200-day moving average. So MLND coming right into that 200-day moving average. Too bad. It would have some room, a little bit of room. I think two will probably stall it. The 200-day might stall it. Whoa! Look at this. I mean, this has been choppy as heck, but SYBX right back up. This is actually shortable. ZOM is actually shortable for me. Not saying I want to short it, but looks like a lot of hype about what they were, this upcoming conference or release of their product, I think March the 30th. All right, VUZI, another move here. Again, it has a little bit of room to the 11 mark. If you look at that daily chart, look at the weekly chart, it's going to be the same area. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Okay, guys, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is interesting. All right, so I'm going to put an alert for Vero at around 206. It doesn't look that interesting though. It looks like it's just kind of chopping around just a little over 2. I mean, it's 9 times normal volume. It's only 17 million in the float, so I mean, later on it could really start to move, but right now it doesn't look that interesting. Well, this is another one of the SPACs just on the move here. I maybe a little shy about shorting it right now, but no, this look, yeah, I mean, there's the high of what, 1750? Well, what a morning. There's a big drop for Tiger. I mean, look at Tiger. It got up to 1380, then all the way down. I mean, $2 drop. All right, next up, Flex. It's a big, big float. $500 million in the float. So this is takes a bunch to move it, but it is moving. Let's see if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any news for it. I also don't see that it's got a lot of room to go either. I mean, you look at that daily chart, 940, 950 ish. So I don't see that it has a ton of room. Famous last words. Is it? I mean, it would be an all-time high if it took this out, 950 or so. Oh wow, this one from this morning, NCNA. So yeah, nice pop. And what was the news on this one? Yeah, I don't see any news. I don't see any specific news on it for NCNA. It was on my watch list, but I just don't have any news on it. Wow, look at this move now. NCNA. This is shortable also, so let's keep an eye on this one. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 741, I believe. 741. Yes, so back here, there's the next high. Getting very, very close to that. Takes that out. The next high is way up here at 1060. Yeah, that is the news. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually on my watch list. CPSH is on the watch list, but it would not trigger unless it takes out that high of yesterday. So wouldn't trigger in here anyway. And NCNA just got halted. Wow, and this is going to have a huge open well, maybe not. It started off at 9.9. It's right down to 8.8. My thoughts on space. Haven't seen space for a while. Yeah, I mean, another interesting area. I mean, look left. The next high is around 29, right? Let me just see here. 27.44. So the next high looking left is 27.44. I mean, it's got a void to fill if it wants to. I mean, I can't predict that it's going to. Boy, look how choppy this FUV's been, but nonetheless, I mean, look at this 2-minute chart. Even the 5-minute chart, the 15-minute chart, bottoming tails, topping tails. But just a tremendous trade of the week. That's right. I do remember now that tip ranks. Yes, NCNA. There was another one, right? Can't remember the other one, but with that tip ranks. All right, guys. Listen, it's not quite 10:30, but I think I'll start my little spiel a little bit early. First of all, if you are new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. I'm going to drop my homepage link into the room. AFMD, guys, is on the move here. AFMD. But another one kind of coming into maybe a resistance area right there. 750 is the next high looking left. All right, here's my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, lots of information there, including how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So there is a promo code that you can use, Barry4Alpha, all in caps, numeric 4, of course, for 15% off the first month only. Okay, first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Gives you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have the premium and premium and standard on an annual basis. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over. There are other differences, but the main reason people take our premium service is they want to have access to the AI. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. Standard is $118, premium is $228, minus the 15% for the first month only. All right, that discount's good for the first month only. More information on my homepage. Sign up for that trade of the week. All right, tremendous one again this week. It's a free service. Gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And you know what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you. Just got to find, there we go. Yeah, I want to show you this graph that we've got here. So what we did was we took every trade of the week since April, basically when the pandemic started. We said, okay, what would happen if you took the trade of the week if it triggered on Monday or Tuesday? Because when you get the email, you'll see that there's a suggested entry price. So if that suggested entry price did not happen Monday or Tuesday, it was not included in these statistics. If it did happen and you put $10,000 into the trade, and at the end of, just before the market closed on Friday, you exited, and then you did the same thing the following week, again, assuming that it triggered. If you did that, your $10,000 would have turned into about $27,000. This is, I think this is up to date last week. So pretty impressive, okay? And a very simple rule: just take the trade. If it triggers on Monday or Tuesday, sell it on Friday. Do it all over again if it triggers. So that's the trade of the week, and it's a free service. So right there, I do a recap. What's happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. All the scans that I am sharing right here. A lot of scans that I'm sharing, more than just what you see in the shared monitor. And education. There's a great education link. Give me a moment here. I like to pop this one in on its own. I think it's a really important link if you're new to Trade Ideas, or even if you're thinking about getting into Trade Ideas. All right, let me just show you what happens when you click on the 20 short lessons. So it goes over all of the basic features of trade ideas. You know, what is a top list, building on an alert window, creating one, etc., etc. Okay, all the basic features are covered here. These are not videos, it's all text-based. And again, if you don't have trade ideas, you know, you can click on the link and you can see what some of the basic features that we have to offer. On that education training link, we also have daily support sessions. And that they start at 12 o'clock in our YouTube room. All right. I monitor the YouTube room between 9 and noon, and then one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1, and then I resume 1 to 3. So when I take my break at noon, you can head over there. Today it is Jamie. No, sorry. No, it's Michael Noss. So if you guys are, and I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and how you can, you know, trade using Brokerage Plus with your IB account and very soon with your TDA and E-Trade account, head over there at noon. Michael Noss is our expert on all of that. So he's there every Wednesday between 12 and 1. I will put the link in just before I go on my break. Here's, of course, the free room and daily webinars. Today is Wednesday, so this is the webinar that I do attend. The webinars are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern, all archived. This is the one that I attend. This is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out. Educational videos and some ebooks that we created, trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information from my homepage. Okay, click on that homepage link. A lot of information is there. Okay, just want to size my room over on the other monitor, and then I'm going to start talking about the AI. No, it's just the one, Yadu. Just hard enough to come up with one, believe me. Okay, I want to go over what the our AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those strategies. So that's what happened once the market closed last night. This is on the way down, okay? So these are the strategies that made the cut from the 50 strategies. You know, if you ask me why they made the cut, it's a combination of factors, profit factor, win percentage, some other issues. So these are the ones that made the cut. Personally, I don't care which ones, what strategies make the cut. I don't care what segment from the AI the strategy or the alerts come from. All I care about, and this is what I suggest you do, is you click on New from our toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see, and I don't display it. Not fair to those of you who pay for our premium service, but you're given very quickly. You're given an entry price and a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trade. So it's a great watch list for the day. Let me get back here to the positions. Okay, so that's what the AI is all about. I know people ask all the time, well, how do you use it? How do you trade it? There's all sorts of different ways to use the AI. As I say, to me, I'd use it as a watch list. I'd be, just because even if the AI, maybe the AI is early on an alert, so you can keep watching, see if it triggers again. It's really that simple. You can make it very simple. I wouldn't overcomplicate it. Personally, I like the ones that are under 20, so I'm eyeballing a couple of them right now, but that's just my personal preference. So let's talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is as a program. We are first and foremost a scanner. I will call it an event-based scanner. So what you can do, and of course this is one of the windows that scanners that I am sharing. So what do I mean by an event? So what I do is I create the event by picking the filters that I want. You know, I can pick a price range, my minimum volume, a bunch of other things. I can pick the filters that I want. If a stock then with these meets the filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low, I will get a real-time alert. That's how this is set up. This is why it's called, you know, the basic new highs and lows. So that's how this is set up. Now you, of course, can create all of your own scans. We have many alerts. Many alerts. These are all the alerts. And then if I scroll down, these are all the filters. So you can create your own. So we don't force you to learn a programming language, kind of a la carte. You pick and choose how you want to create your scan. Now again, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. So I mean, if you don't, you know, to start off, you can take a look at my scans. And if you take one of my scans, then if you right click configure and click on the summary, you'll see what I'm using. Now you may have a different idea about a price range. You know, I like between 1 and 20. You may have a completely different idea. Maybe you like 50 to 100. You can always make a change. And we also have a channel bar. Click new, channel bar, and within all of these are all themed channels, all right? So EV related, electric vehicle related, our earnings, pre-market channel. I mean, we've got a lot of channels here. Stocks that are surging. The Traders Vault has a lot of scans in there also. And you can kind of go through them. These are all pre-built. Same idea though. If you can take a look at one of the scans and then you can change it maybe to how you like to trade in terms of a price range, maybe a minimum volume, and then you would save it to the cloud. Save that window to the cloud so it's up in your cloud. Because every time you click on a channel, your layout gets replaced. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yeah, so the problem with that in terms of letting Holly trade, if you're talking about auto trading, we don't recommend it. Okay, it's that simple. You know, if you decided you want to auto trade the entries, maybe, but you know, the best way, in my opinion, to use the AI though is to manage the exits on your own. Consequently, returns can be vastly different depending on your trading style and your trading experience. But just to let it trade in auto fashion, we just don't recommend it. Meanwhile, look at this one, EVOK. I haven't seen this one in a long time. Boy, lots happening today. Look at this through the 200-day moving average also. Okay, I do want to talk about this window that you see here that is called Brokerage Plus. And I'm going to tease you guys with something. We are very close now. You know, we obviously connect to Interactive Brokers using Brokerage Plus, but we're very close with TDA. You'll notice, well, if I clicked on live, we're very close now. Because there's been an update. You don't have access to this quite yet. Let me get back to my sim. But we are very close to having more than just Interactive Brokers to be able to use this Brokerage Plus window. For now though, as we speak, it is still just Interactive Brokers. And we're in the process of creating a couple of new videos to show if you have an E-Trade account or a TD Ameritrade account, how you can use Brokerage Plus to trade your account. But right now it's still Interactive Brokers. So what do I mean by all this? So first of all, I sort of jumped ahead of myself. I want to talk about our linking. So we have an external linking tool. What that means is we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking, all it is, it's a time saver. So when I click on an alert, if I've established the link, then the symbol will show up in my brokerage platform. So instead of having to type a symbol in all day long, especially if you're clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it'll just load into your order entry, and then from within your brokerage platform you can trade it. Okay, that's what linking does. You don't have to link. Remember, we're a scanner first and foremost. So if you said to me, well, can I use Trade Ideas with ABC Broker? That's not the right question. Okay, you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. All right, it's just that we have this linking tool that makes it a little easier on you. When you click, it just loads into your broker's platform. It's obviously not a mandatory thing. Now, as we speak, we still have this. We have this arrangement with Interactive Brokers, though, that you can use this Brokerage Plus window to actually trade from within here rather than within your IB platform. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can set up, and again, you'd have to watch that video. Let's just say you look at ARI. I'm looking at the chart going, yeah, I'd like to trade that. I'll go back, hover over, or right click, hover over that trade. You notice I've got these buying and shorting options that I can pick from, what we call one-click trading. I would just, you set all this up ahead of time, of course. You have to watch the video, how you do it. And you just click on how you, or just pick how you want to trade it and click on it, and that's it. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. For me anyway, I mean, auto trading to me, I'm not a big fan. I'll say that right off the bat. I'm not a big fan. I would much rather see, if I get an alert, I want to quickly take a look at the chart. What is the overall market doing before I hop in a trade? And you can get right back in and hover and click. So, I mean, within 5 seconds, I mean, it shouldn't be that big a deal. Within 5 seconds, you can be in the trade. I mean, if you're in things that 5 seconds makes such a huge deal, then you're trying to high frequency trade or something, and it's just, my opinion, just not the way to go. Yeah, Alpaca is not something I know it's there. It may, I mean, E-Trade and TDA are definitely, they're almost there. I don't know about Alpaca. I think it's been put on the back burner. Yeah, APIs are not available. Okay, I know we have, if you search on the, there's still information on APIs, but API is not available at all. All right, now, the other big way to use Brokerage Plus, this Brokerage Plus window, is as a simulator, a paper trader. If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. And you could be practicing for weeks or months before you actually put money in the market. Trading is not easy. Okay, so you really have to get accustomed to a few things. It's just even the mechanics of placing trades. And, when you place a trade here, it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what broker you have. And it's very, very simple to do. You'll notice that I've got some trades already in here. These are carryovers, so that if I take a trade right now and I don't exit it at the end of the day, then it will carry over to tomorrow, and it's basically as long as you want. So you can practice swing trading using this. And you just click on the sim. Now, all this is available it's not available in the web-based version. If you're using a web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. Okay, so moving average crossovers, are you talking about intraday? I mean, we do have a lot of SMA crossovers, if that's what you're talking about. On different time frames, I don't know if that's what you're talking about. The 5 period crossing the 8 on the 1 minute chart, so I mean, 1 minute period. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but we do have a lot of crossovers. All you have to do is, so if you right click on an alert window, configure, search, and then just type in SMA and you'll see. So let's take a trade. Let's show you how you can easily use the simulator to trade. So I always like to start off like this though, because obviously you can take the trade right away, or maybe, you're looking at the chart and you think, you know what, I'd like to take this trade, but only on a pullback. So let's just say you wanted to take AIRI, A-I-R-I, on a pullback right to there, 155. Pulls back, I want to take the trade. So let's show you how you can do that. Well, first you pick how many shares you want to trade. And what did I say? I said 354. So if I put 354 in both boxes here, I'm sorry, not 354, $1.54. Oops. I see what happened there. Okay, just a second. All right, I'm going to click the buy button. All right, just notice there's a blue line that appears right on the chart. So if AIRI gets down to 155, it'll take the trade, that blue line right there. If it takes the trade, that blue line will turn into a faded blue line. Okay, so that's how you can put in a conditional buy order. Those of you who like to play pullbacks to a certain level, want to take the trade, that's how you can do it. Could also do it, of course, the other way. Let's just say I thought if it took out the high of the day, I'd like to take the trade. Or maybe there's a resistance area on top, and if it broke through, I'd like to take the trade. So you could have done it the other way too. Obviously, just putting those two prices above the current price. And then you'd see a blue line up here, okay? I'm going to leave it here just to show you. It may trigger, it may not. Doesn't really matter. When I say doesn't really matter, I mean, I'm just showing you mechanically how you can do this. Now let's take a trade. Right now. So let's see, CPSH. I'm just going to take the trade right now. Show you how you do it. It's the spread isn't terrible, so I'll take 300 shares. I'm going to buy it. Okay, there it is, CPSH. So I took it at 742. Now, if you're new to this room, new to trading, we talk about this all the time. You have to have a stop. In other words, not every trade is going to work. In fact, a lot of them will not work, but it's okay as long as you have a manageable stop. What do I mean by that? So when you get into a trade, you have to figure out ahead of time, okay, how much am I willing to risk on this trade dollar-wise? So, I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 to trade. You'll blow up your account. So depending on your account size, that'll determine how much you should be risking per trade. So let's just say based on your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. So ahead of time, I got into this trade, at 742. I'm going to try to, I just want to do this to make the math simple. 722, 742. So I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to show you why. I mean, would I do this normally like that? No. But I just want to show you, I can add the stop now. I'm going to put it at 722. Only for math reasons. And you'll see right there, so you see that red line. So if it gets down to 722, it'll take me out for a $60 loss. So why did I put 722? Just to make the math simple. So there was my entry at 742. My stop is 20 cents away. So if I was willing to risk $100 on the trade, I could take 500 shares. 500 shares times a 20-cent stop equals $100. That's why. So when you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is. So you would take your entry minus your stop price and then divide that number into, say, $100 if that's what you're risking per trade. It could be quickly done. And then that'll determine how many shares you're going to take. This is not something where you should be well, I'm going to take 500 shares every trade, or I'm going to have a 10-cent stop every trade. That's not the way, in my opinion, you should be trading. You should be looking at it from a, 10-cent stop on every trade doesn't make any sense. You should be looking at the charts. You should be looking at areas on the charts that say, well, you know what, there's a support area. If it broke down through support, I should be out of the trade, or maybe a moving average, or something like that. It has to be based on some, call it some science, as opposed to just a general, I risk 10 cents a trade. The other thing is, risk the same amount per trade. You do not want to fall into the pattern of, okay, now I'll risk $100 this first trade, you lose. And then you go, wow, well, I better risk 200 the next trade so I can get that 100 back, plus make 100 when this trade works. And it doesn't work. Now you're down 300 and so on. Okay? So you have to get the discipline to risk a manageable amount per trade. Look what I did with the Quell trade. It doesn't matter how much I risked. Of course, it's depending on my account size. But on the Quell short, QELL short, I was risking maximum. I was risking 17 cents. I said, I put for me, getting through a whole number is kind of psychological. So that's why when I took the short at 12.83, I thought, you know what, if it gets through that whole number, I better be out of this trade. So that's why I could put a 17-cent stop on it. I didn't get stubborn because look what it did. It got all the way up to almost $14. Would have been really, now, would it have worked now? Yeah, but that could have just kept going to $20. So my manageable loss could have turned into something a lot more, obviously a lot bigger, just out of stubbornness. So, why do I say all this? So you may be the person that's listening to me and saying, you know what, okay, I completely understand why I should have a stop. Makes perfect sense. So you put in your stop, and then it starts to drift down to where's your stop. And you think, wow, you know what? That stop is too tight because I've researched this stock, I've read about it, and I've heard people say this is a great stock. So obviously my stop is too tight. So I'm gonna move my stop down. Okay, and then it starts to hit your new stop. Well, that's still too tight. Hopefully you can see what's happening here. So your little $100 manageable loss now may be turning into $150, maybe turning into $200, maybe turning into $300, on and on and on, just because you don't have the discipline to obey your stop. This is why, in this particular case, if that's you, just let the system take you out of the trade. It's unemotional. Totally 100% unemotional. It just lets you do it. Okay? And then you just move on. Now these are hotkeys. Flatten, half, double. So if I wanted to get out of the position, say I want to get out of this glog right now, I've flattened it. So I'm out of the trade. Notice that'll turn to 0. Come on. There we go. So now I'm out of that glog trade. I just flattened my position. I could get out of half my position or I could double my position. So you notice I've kept this. This is in the simulator, 1648. This was, I think, on Monday. This is still an awesome trade. We still have a couple of days, statistically wise, for that chart that I showed you. It'll close out. That doesn't mean, on Friday, if this is still working, you obviously can keep holding it. All right, guys, what time is it now? Almost 11 o'clock. Okay, so Claude, so this is what you would, or Claude, that's right. You're not Claude, you're Claude. Um, so let's say I wanted to take this KUKE trade up here. Okay, up here. So say that's 1182. So all I do is I just put 1182 in both boxes here. Click the buy button and then it'll show up on the chart. Okay? So if it got up to 1182, it would take the trade. I'll leave it in there just to see if it happens. Okay? So is that clear? Just put the price you want in both boxes. All right. Well, I've actually had a fairly active trading day for me. Yeah, solo is coming back. I am not a big swing trader. I mean, let's call it like it is. I'm not a big swing trader. You know, I did want to swing trade this, and I did take it yesterday afternoon late and held it. It looked pretty good this morning. I got out basically flat. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, let's see what else is happening here. Wow, look at this one. It's BHTG. That's on the 15-minute. It was already moving on that 2. Volume coming in. Bio High Tech Global. Oh, well, get everything in the company name. Obviously, yeah, another low float. 18 million in the float. And we have a new SPAC entry. Oh man, so this is an IPO sort of, a new entry to the SPAC world. This is one of the interesting quirks about our Halts Resumes, that an IPO shows up as a resume. Most of the time, I would say 90% of the time. Now, wasn't there a big one, kind of a big one today? We saw with Goldman and a couple other the big names behind it. Let me just quickly look. All right, just loading my IPO page. Okay, so here are this one, I guess today. It's the 13th. Yes, so this one today, and Affirm, AFRM, 24 million off, and this is going to be an expensive one. My guess is going to gap above. Just taking a look at who's involved. And we've got Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. Yeah, a couple of, I don't know too much about Allen, but obviously Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs are behind. And we've got a bunch of secondary co-managers, RBC, Credit Suisse, etc. So this could be an interesting one today. And it's AFRM, hasn't opened yet. MSGM, now this is a small one. I don't think there's, remember who's behind this one. Yeah, Canaccord. Could be interesting. I mean, it's very, very small in terms of the number of shares. Only 3 million, I think. 3 million at 20, so it could be really, really wild. And then this one was yesterday, the KUKE, 5 million at 10. And then the other one yesterday, QLI, 5 million at 5. That's a crazy one. Yeah, 49 to 79, yeah. Out of the range I like, but the other one might be interesting. Well, it depends where it opens. Only 3 million in the float. It'll be very crazy today, if it with a $20 price target or price tag suggested anyway, with only 3 million in the float. Okay, let's take a look at the AI. I only see one that I'm kind of interested in. Okay, here's another one, guys. Oh, so the GM just opened. Wow. What did I say? 2 million or 3 million in the float. The suggested open. Well, I shouldn't say that. They had the IPO at 20. You know, you'll always see ahead of time where the suggested open will be. I don't know if the suggested open was going to be 35, but so look at this one. Look at, man, I'm glad I got out of it, but look at NKLA. Just slip sliding away. Yeah, I've looked at GME. I know it's amazing. So this is what I was talking about, guys. You know, this is an IPO, like a true, what I'm going to call a true IPO. Here's another Another one, SPAC. I'm gonna have to update our SPAC channel. MSNG, but that's what I was talking about. Many times, probably at least 90% of the time when it's an IPO, it shows up as a resume. People ask all the time, do you have an IPO, a way of being alerted when an IPO? Well, you can have this halt resumed. Again, it's about 90% efficient. The other way to do it, of course, is that IPO website that I went to. All you have to do is just put a price alert. Put a price alert at 10 cents or something, and when it opens, you'll get a price alert. Yeah, nice to see a lot of activity in the swing trading area, the swing trading tab. Lots of activity here. Good to see. All right, Acer, as opposed to ACOR. So this is ACER on the move here. So when we look left, 331. So you can see that if it could ever take out that 331, then look left. I mean, look at the void for ACER. So I'm going to stick an alert, price alert, right up here. It may happen today, but if it doesn't happen today, if it happens tomorrow, look at the area that it could start filling in. I mean, it may happen. May happen immediately. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately. It just I want to know if it takes that out and see how it trades around there. I think it's going to take it out. All right, do I see any news for it? I don't see any news for it. You're going to see, watch how the price alerts happen. Yeah, MSGM just was halted because there it is. See how the price alerts happen? Should go over this more often, but look how I put a price alert on Acer at that price of 329, or sorry, 332, I guess. And I minimized the screen. And so when the price alert happened, this screen pops up. Oh man, look at it go. Look at it go, guys. I also can put a sound alert on it. So if you have a headset like I do, a wireless one, and you can wander away from your computer, you hear the sound also. I sort on the triggered column, so it's going to show me the last one that triggered right at the top. And if you notice, it also changed color. So you can't miss it. All right, you cannot miss putting a price alert. If you put a price alert on a stock, it'll just, just show up. So this was actually halted on the way down. MSGM was halted on the way down, I see. Yeah, what a recovery is right. I was talking about this one earlier, the Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, what a great recovery. I mean, this was its earnings day right here. We talked about that, you know. I mean, I was saying how the bets had been placed ahead, and looked pretty good. Look at these 2 days ahead of earnings. This is the day it had earnings, got thumped, but that little support area held, and now since then, I mean, it has just been great. So I want to draw your attention to a couple of columns. I don't go over it enough probably. The max P&L and the distance from the exit price columns. Okay, I like to see these. So what do these mean? So the max P&L, if I look right here in the CPSH, okay, the max P&L, what this means is, if while I was in this trade, I got out exactly at the, to the penny at the top, which is, not probably never going to happen. Well, I shouldn't say never, but it's just telling me that's what I could have made versus here's my open, 87. Okay. So, the max I could have made still being in the trade would have been 147. I'm at 96 right now. Why this is good to keep track of, because obviously, if I get out of this trade right now, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, I'm up 96. The max I could have made was 147. But let's just say you look at and you see a max P&L of 147, and then I allow it to drift down, 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 and I actually get out for maybe, I'm flat or just a little bit of a profit, or even worse, lose money. So this is a good, in my opinion, a good column to have to show you how good are your exits. The other one is the distance from the exit price. What is this telling me? This is telling me that since I got out of the trade at 7 cents below. So, I mean, obviously that's good. I mean, you want to see, if you're long something, you want to see a big negative number, which means that your exit was pretty good. So these are a couple of, columns that I like to have to keep track of. So this is what Real is talking about, the 5 minute. Where are you in the 5 minute? Even right there. Yeah, right there. 5 minute red bar ignored. Right at, what time was that? It was around 11:05. Well, this gets updated every twice a month. So I'm sure there's a lot of covering. I'm sure that number, well, on the 15th, I'm sure that'll change on the 15th. No, I think what he's asking, with that short number, will that change? That short float? Can that be right? I think that's what he was saying, Real, or asking. Oh, I see what Zach is saying. Okay, yeah. All right, guys, what's Bitcoin doing? Let's take a look at the ETF for Bitcoin, see what it is doing. Yeah, it's just kind of flat, not doing too much. Keep thinking that it did get above yesterday's high and the day before briefly. If it can get into this level. In fact, what I'm going to do is put an alert around 40.23. You get up here, and if you can maintain that, then start to fill in this void. Okay, so Roland, yeah, it happens. I mean, we get that complaint a lot signing up for the trade of the week and you're not getting it. I would check your spam box, okay, just in case. The other thing to do is if you click on our homepage link, this is for others also who are not getting, you've signed up for the trade of the week and you're not getting them. You click on the homepage link and just start right when this box pops up. It's taking a while, but you should get a little pop-up that says something like start a live discussion, something to that effect. What you do is say, listen, I'm signed up for the trade of the week. Here's my email. Can you check to see why I'm not getting it? Okay? The other thing is that Monday mornings before the market opens, once I get that trade of the week, you can also sign up to my Twitter account at @bbruin44. And Monday mornings I do post it. And of course, if you come into the room Monday mornings, if you can come into the room, we open the room at 9 o'clock Eastern. We certainly talk about the trade of the week. So all right. Okay. Thank you, Kaiser. So somebody just indicated, and I'm going to read what he said. Said, I resolved my issue with not getting the trade of the week because Gmail has changed their layout recently. The mail was going not into the inbox, but was going into the promotion/update tab inside Gmail. Okay, so you might want to check there also. And then somehow change it so it goes into your inbox. Thank you for that, Kaiser. I'm just going to post that in the our YouTube room also. I can't do it. That's too many characters. Okay, so how to get the Trade of the Week email is to if you click on the subscriptions tab, okay, click on that subscriptions tab and then click on my homepage link. And then right there, get the Trade of the Week. You can sign up for it right here. Okay? Did you get that? Okay, great. All right. Well, not getting too many new alerts. Okay, see what Acer did. So it did get to that high, but it pulled right back down. So what I'm going to do is reset that alert. I think it's at 327 for the Acer. So interesting, had not one alert from the moving higher with unusually strong options today. Not one alert. Yeah, I would definitely be waiting for a three break if you're going to get interested in this. Again, the only reason I think this is moving is because of the, the aggressive price target that Chardon put on it of $10. I don't really see any other news. Not today, anyway. It's sort of, and I have to make a note to myself. It's sort of a new scan. What I did was, so if you go to my scans and options play magic. So what I did, there's Acer right back up, guys. So what I did was I took one of them. I took the unusually strong options volume. I took that out, opened the alert window, and then what I did is I upped it, to like 2,000 contracts, 500% of normal. I think the current volume is 3, maybe a minimum of 500,000 shares. So I kind of upped it so that consequently, I'm not getting as many alerts. Today I'm not getting any, which is okay. I mean, I'm fine with that. Okay. Well, there are option plays. Don't get me wrong. I mean, look at this. I mean, but it's 244%. But it has to be. My minimum was 500%. 5 times normal. And so when I look at these, it's a 1 in 25. Current volume is 3. 500,000 shares traded. 2,000 contracts, man. 500% of normal. Plus the number of alerts. Has to make at least 30 new highs. So at this point, just nothing's triggering. I'm absolutely fine with that. It wasn't meant to have to generate a lot of alerts during the day. So see what I was talking about here, looking at the max P&L and then your open. So I mean, you know, if you're a trader, you would never, well, you shouldn't let this happen. So if I get into this trade at 742, and I mean, and it goes up to 875. I mean, I can't let it turn into now that I'm in a losing position. I can't let that happen. Okay, so that's why I'm saying, you know, watch your max P&L versus your open P&L. You start to see this drifting. You can't allow a winning trade turn into a losing trade. So at this point, but I'm going to flatten out. I'm going to just get it out of the trade. Remember now, this isn't the simulator. I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade. Okay, so just as I was talking about not getting any, so we did get one. I'm getting one right now. ENG, unusual option activity. That one showed up. Wouldn't show up earlier. It had to hit that 500%. So what a move. Wow. Oh man, oh man. This is insane. Look at this. I mean, 84 cents. Are you kidding me? 2 months ago? And I mean, tons of volume. 10 million shares, 15 million in the float. This will trade the float easily. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, this was blank up at just about 11:27. We got an alert for ENG. It doesn't mean you take the trade, you know, right? It just means, okay, now you've got the alert. See how it trades around it. Boy, there was no inkling this was going to happen today for GME. I mean, it's not an excessive float, 51 million, but look at yesterday. I mean, where is the all-time high? Let's go back a few months, see what we can see. So I don't know where the all-time high is, but I mean, you have to go back to 2015, so over 5 years ago, before we see these highs for GME. So in other words, there is no resistance. I don't believe, 5 years ago, who cares? And if you're wondering why it's not showing up in, basic new highs and lows, very simple reason. I think I have a $20 cap here. That's just the way it is. So that's why I'm saying, if you want to change, if you like this, the concept of the basic new highs and lows, but you want to change the price range, of course you can go ahead and do so. Yeah, it's the faded green dot for me at Interactive Brokers. Absolutely. So that means it's in your parlance hard to borrow. So I'm still looking. I mean, yesterday they reported holiday sales. I mean, this is yesterday. I mean, again, no big reaction yesterday. I don't know I don't what is Chewy? I'm sorry, I just don't know the Chewy influence. I thought so, but what has that got to do? What has that got to do with GameStop? Oh, I see. I see. The Chewy founder. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Okay. And there's Chewy. Yeah, they did pretty well. Dogs like to watch video games. Well, they do. Well, yeah. Gee, I mean, I understand that, but I mean, there had to be a bigger reason for this pop. I mean, and that was the reason. Obviously, the Chewy influence. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I just want to change headsets. Just give me a moment. All right. Yeah, it's fun to watch the time and sales on this one. This is just whipping, whipping, whipping. ONDS? You're right, it is halted. For some reason, it's not showing up on my halts or zooms. No, I just wanted to. When I looked at Chewy, I just wanted to see what it was doing, not so much to see if it was even higher. I just wanted to put the symbol up. What is EH doing right now? Wow. You know, I mentioned this one in the pre-market, guys. Is look at this, $6, 19% EH. Yeah, so I can't make a recommendation like that, all right, in terms of my watch list, keeping them for long term. You have to make up your own mind on that. You know, the CPSH, you know, you have to always look to see how much room a stock has, weekly, daily, monthly. You know, how well does it close? I mean, they're designed usually to have room, but, you know, I'm not going to say, yes, you should, you know, you can keep any one of these long term. You know, they're geared for intraday trading, but if they close well, like look at the CYBX. I mean, if it closed really well, you know, you might make a determination to hold it, but you know, and the only reason this is up is because of this $10 aggressive price target put on by this Chardon Capital. Yeah, I know, I know. EH has just been a monster. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is almost a triple from back here, early December. So a little over a month ago. You know, a $13 stock gets that gets up to 30. That's amazing. It's a China. It's not an airline. I guess it's a sort of a services airlines with technology of some sort. Yeah, I mean, our competitors thing has to be really, you know, I mean, it's unfortunate because I mean, I don't know if that's what Lilly is looking at as a competitor, you know, Bed Bath and Beyond, but obviously this has nothing. Bed Bath and Beyond has nothing to do with gaming. I want to pass this on again too. We just have to revamp that. It has to be better. Yeah, we do know. Yeah, so we've been talking about new board member or members. I don't know if members, but certainly the guy from Chewy. That's what's causing this. I mean, that's an amazing move. Just because you get the guy. I mean, sure, Chewy's been successful, but man, I mean, that is an amazing move. I don't know what you're looking at then, Bob. We've had some amazing, amazing moves. Not shortable anymore. That may have been shortable earlier. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I can only speak for trade interactive brokers. Not shortable anymore. IPOE, IPOE. Yeah, it's approaching 20 now, or it was. Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, with all these, with this guy, I mean, I don't know who he's looking to buy. Ah, shareholder alert. Fine. Um, so I guess I don't know when this merger is supposed to happen. SOFI becomes publicly traded. Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there's actually a date when this gets affected, and then of course IPOI will probably turn into SOFI. I really can't add anything to it. You know, Benham, I can't really add anything to it. I mean, it's you either think the merger. Personally, I'd be getting out before the merger. You know, the day before. Personally, if you're in this one. All right. Well, do you know when the merger is supposed to happen? Like the actual date? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. Well, I certainly can't advise you on anything like that. All right, cannabis, KERN, active again. Boy, it's been a bit of a tough trader though. I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on the daily chart, and it really plays with your emotions. All right, guys. So Michael is going to. All right, guys. So what I want to do is I want to put the YouTube to our link to our YouTube room in here. So those of you who are interested in finding out more about using Brokerage Plus with your Interactive Brokers account, and very soon with your TDA or E-Trade account, Michael will be there at noon, so about 12 minutes from now. Okay. Well, it's very soon because, yesterday I was floored we're already able to do a connect. So I don't know when it's going to be released to you guys, but it's going to be really soon. Because I can actually, yeah, I can actually connect. Not to Alpaca, but when I clicked on this, it actually, as opposed to just doing nothing. Anyway, you know what? Go over to the YouTube feed at noon, and Michael knows a lot more about it. Okay? We're already preparing the videos to show people how to, I guess it's a lot easier than IB. So we're already preparing the videos and how to connect and all that. So, I mean, it is imminent, imminent, imminent. You're welcome, Candy. All right, guys. So, what is the time? It's 11:50. I think Michael usually shows up. All right, guys. So listen, this is interesting. Dan Merkin just emailed me. So I'm going to put this in the off topic, okay? This is a job position at Trade Ideas, okay? So if you think that's you, then yeah, I would probably go Dan at trade-ideas.com if that's you. Okay, I'll have to chop it up, Asia. I tried, and you know, I'm just limited to number of characters. Yeah, I will. I will. I just I just have to chop it up. Okay, there it is. So again, guys, anybody's interested, full-time support person, minimum 3+ years, Trade Ideas experience, and I would send your resume to Dan at trade-ideas.com. Okay? A resume, not a full-blown resume, but just, you know, introduce yourself, etc. Company is growing, and the fact that we're going to be adding TD Ameritrade and E-Trade to this platform. Ah, okay, sorry, not Dan. Send it to Ah. Okay, so send it to, and be serious. Obviously, you guys got to be serious about this, but so it's Andy at trade-ideas.com, okay? No, 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 no. It's just that we're just growing to. Well, it's a good problem to have. We're growing leaps and bounds, and our support is bursting at the seams. So we need more support people. Yes, discount code. Okay, Ray from Nashville. Okay, right there.
All right, guys, getting everything rigged up here for our new. All right. So I've heard myself. Now let's switch to here and see if I can see myself. And again, feedback in the chat of if you can hear me, how the sound levels are, that type of thing is always very liked. It's good to know that, we're not just chatting to ourselves randomly. All good. Sounds good. Okay, so again, if you guys are new here, essentially what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off. Volume up a little. Let's just squeeze this up a little. I'm in the yellow. If I go any higher, it will clip the mic. So you can just up the volume on the video feed there. So while Barry takes his time off, we open up to a nice Q&A session where we just kind of sit here and answer questions about setting up trade ideas, how to use it, building scans, that type of thing. So again, the people who go here and show up and teach you this are all traders, and we do other things with trade ideas. Myself, I do a lot of the math, right? The algorithm building, building the indicators, things like that. A lot of the quantitative and professional type stuff. So the beauty of it is that everyone you hear here is a trader and uses trade ideas in their trading. And the other benefit is that we all have kind of a different way we use it and a different mindset while we use it. So take advantage and ask questions, right? I think it's really rare that a company like this kind of gives this much when it comes to support and just opening up the forums for people to ask questions and learn about the product, and kind of away you go. So our first question here, how do you set up a default trading strategy for all your alerts in B+? So all you do is create an alert window that you want it to be your default, right? So say if I create, let's just grab any alert window. Let's just grab this one called test. And for example, if I want to keep an eye on that. If I wanted this to be my example, I would just run the back test for the first time. All right, and you would just set up all your parameters here. Say I want it to hold for 90 minutes or whatever, and then I wanted the stop to be a smart stop, and that doesn't really matter. And then when you run this back test, as soon as you save this alert window to the cloud, you'll be able to then load this into the system anytime you want, and it will have all those defaults kind of set up for you. And then all you'll have to change is risk per trade and that kind of stuff, which shouldn't take too long. And to be honest, you want to be careful about jumping around between a million different strategies anyway. The best traders I've met use a single strategy or two, so that should fill in enough of that information that it shouldn't be too laborious to update from there. Sam, I'll start with B plus if that's okay with you. I don't know what you mean by that. If you just want to specify a little bit more. If you're looking to start with Brokerage Plus, then I would obviously suggest learning the program first. A lot of people want to jump into the auto trading right away without getting their feet wet, and that can be a problem. But Can we, and how do we set up the following stop order above the current price with a max loss of 100? Well, you wouldn't set up a stop order above the current price unless you're talking about a short trade. Because if you set up a stop order above the current price for a long trade, you'll get stopped out instantly and you'll just have lost the spread and paid your broker a bunch of commissions. But let me send the intro video here for setting up these type of strategies. And again, this includes auto trading and not auto trading. But if you wanted to buy a stock, so for example, if I wanted to right click and then buy this stock and then put the price 11 cents and away and do a max loss of $100, which is what you're saying here, all you would do is set up a strategy. Let's open this up here and go in here and set up, just edit this, right? So you'd set up a strategy, and under risk management, you'd put stop loss, and you wanted that to be $1, and you'd say 11 cents away, like that. And then for position size, you just go based on stop loss, and you want it to be $100 you're risking on any given trade. And there you go. So as soon as you were to save this like this, whatever you named it, right? You could call it, risk $100 or whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to change this one just because this is something that I use. But you can just right click and it would be right here under trade, risk $11. And what it would do is buy the stock and put the stop loss 11 cents away and calculate that risk for you. Now, you wouldn't need to use based on stop loss, because if you're always risking 11 cents and you're looking to lose $100, that's 99 shares, or no, 990 shares. So the share size you're looking for there is constant because your risk is constant, right? You only have to update have it do a based on stop loss thing is if the risk isn't constant, right? If your risk is changing around, you want to have it kind of adapt to that automatically. Oh, I see I'm getting tweeted at here. So yeah, that one's a fairly easy one. Just use that risk per trade. And again, that video that I sent you is about 30 minutes long, and it walks through a lot of this stuff. How you can get real fancy with exit order types and all of that. So I would check that out as well. That'll be a good one for very intro questions like that, which is, get rid of this. Okay. Beginner trader here, new on Tuesday. That's good. It's a good way to get started. You make sure, obviously, if you're a new trader, you're getting started in paper mode. You're not going for the fences right away. That's the horror story I always hear. Yeah, you can add a target when you're in the same screen. Again, that video will show you how. You just would write in the same area here. Let me bring this up for you. But yeah, right in the same area for the risk management tab, you would just put in target and add whatever you want it for a target. You just add that in as well. Beginner trader here, doesn't matter the size of your account, right? You should always start in paper mode. If you had $1 trillion, doesn't matter, right? You can lose any amount of money trading. There's many people who've gone from million to zero, and again, you're not going to be, begin trade ideas. I want to remove, again, just when you're learning a new system, right? You got to take your time for sure. It's a marathon, not a sprint. How do I remove specific filters from a scan? Well, let's just load up. Let's grab this test thing again right here. So you'll right click and click configure and say you don't want this filter. You would just delete the filters and hit OK. Right, so the right click configure and go in, and for these kind of things I really suggest let me grab this. Our TI University course is amazing. It's a 4-part course. Starts out, lesson 1 is the very basics, and then they slowly go through a little bit more advanced use and things like that, but I very much suggest for that. And then the beauty is, if you have any questions, write them down, and then you can come here and you can ask. But yeah, just remove the filters. You just delete them, right? Go into Windows specific filters, which are just filters that are currently being used in this alert window, and go into whatever filters you don't want and delete. No, you don't need to completely remove them. They're like, if you clicked hide unused, it will get rid of anything that you're not using. But as long as they're blank, they're not being referenced at all. So away you go. Can you use filters for stops and targets? You certainly can. And that Brokerage Plus video I pasted above you has a great explanation all about them. The only caveat I'll give right now is just remember that, now let me get my pen up here. Any filter you use as a stop or a target, just know that it's the way the system works is whatever the output is in dollars for a long position. Let's just talk long right now to make it easier. Will be subtracted from price. So say your filter outputs, 2.3. right? The filter you've chosen outputs that. Then $2.30 will be subtracted from price. So you want to make sure whatever filter value you use is something that's kind of sensible and logical for, it's, for example, a lot of people will use something that's in percentages, but, it could, maybe it outputs 15%, right? That 15 will then be subtracted from price. So it makes sure that you're looking at the thing that kind of makes sense. We don't really like to talk too much about dollars and account size and stuff here. One, just because it's kind of irrelevant, right? We're not super interested in that. How does one change the filters for Hollies? You cannot change the filter for the AI right now. The AI currently runs about 10 million simulations every single night. So any change in the filter would change those 10 million simulation runs. Oh, no worries, man. You don't need to be sorry. We're just not, it just doesn't doesn't matter, right? We kind of want to just make sure that the chat is filled with things that will help people and things like that. So your account size doesn't really fall into that. But yeah, so just you can't edit them yourself. So what I would do, if you only want to trade things that are high volume, just when you're bringing up the symbol, just check to make sure it fits your volume criterias. We're looking to add in filters at some point, but again, the problem is the 10 million simulations that are run, where if you then go in, if she's ran 10 million simulations and she thinks this is the best way to make these trades, and then you go in and you change that, what you're doing is changing those statistics entirely, right? Where you may be picking all of the trades that don't work. And we're kind of wary about that in kind of some ways, right? AJ, about your orders, yes, it sends out an order once and it will not update. And I know we've had this chat before about why, and it's because we don't host the servers, the orders on our servers. We can only send orders that Interactive Brokers can recognize. So, they can't update because they can't recognize those orders. Michael, do I have news about TD? I do have news about TD. Both TD and E-Trade have gotten really, really close to the testing. I'm still not going to give you guys a date, but it is going to be within the next month or less. And it could be way less than that, but I just don't want to get everyone too excited. I am connected. If you guys want to look, I am actually connected. This is my real account. This isn't a paper account. So I am connected to both. Let me bring this and then make sure there's nothing being presented that shouldn't. There is. Hold on. So yeah, this right here, you can see connected to E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. So these little accounts, these little sizes right here, the 9 shares of show and these kind of insignificant trades are me testing some trading algorithms within E-Trade. And there's still some work to do. There's still some kind of bugs and stuff around. But, all in all, these were triggered, through the E-Trade API from an auto trading strategy, which I have. So, it's working. We just need to make sure that we've kind of tested it entirely. We're going to come up with support docs. I did a video this morning that talks about the procedure of how to connect. How to use Brokerage Plus will be the same regardless of what broker you use, which is actually a really good selling point for it, right? You can switch back and forth. I could turn this strategy from E-Trade to IB and back and forth kind of instantly. But it is working. We just need to make sure that it is working correctly, right? That, everything is kind of working the way that we want it to. But we've reached the stage where we're, I say real money, right? We're testing it with real money, right? We're testing it with, I think I have $100 per trade in the algorithm right now. Things like open P&L you can see isn't being displayed, and it's rough around the edges right now, but it is coming along. Just so you guys know, we're not blowing smoke about working on it. We just want to make sure that it's to the level, like we don't want to ship it like this where it's not calculating open P&L, things like that. Actually, I need to take a little note of that as well. Sorry guys, just posting this this bug about the open P&L. But yeah, so we're working on it. It's executing. It's putting out the stop losses. It's communicating with E-Trade. It's doing all that. It's really just getting it to a point that it's safe. And then what we're going to do is we're going to push it out to beta. So if you didn't know, it's kind of cool, something that we do. If you go to the Trade Ideas homepage here, and you go to download software, you have 2 options, right? The first one is up here where it's the production. So download the latest production version. So this is kind of what we have tested, and we're not getting any complaints from users, right? Everything's kind of sunshine and puppies here. Now, if we scroll down to right here, we have our beta version. Now, the beta version is going to have all the new cool features in it, but at the same time, it's important that you know that if you are downloading a beta version, you are helping us test the software, which means that you get access to the newer, cooler features, but you need to be okay with the fact that you're helping us test bugs, right? So be careful. So what you're going to see, I would say, over the next few weeks is this beta version is going to update with E-Trade and TD Ameritrade. And then, just so you're kind of taking the risk yourself. So, I wouldn't leave it where, you're just kind of letting it go and walking away, because if it's in beta, it means that we're still working on that as well, right? So, just again, know that you're kind of taking that upon yourself. So it's how much you want the cool new features. So yeah, so that's what you'll notice is that. So that's kind of the procedures. We're going to go from the internal build, which is what you're looking at now, and it's what I'm testing, to a beta for the people who really want to kind of take that dive, and then kind of go from there. So that's the news on what's the best way to find a momentum stock before it hits the new high for the day. Geez, that's a loaded question. Wouldn't we all love to know how to find a stock that's going to hit a new high before it does? You might want to just look at volume. Might be your best bet, is look for stocks with high relative volume, which you can do just right, when you're in there configuring how I showed you. Look at, just go and under search and type in volume. Right, you might want to look at things that are doing abnormal high relative volume. Might be a best way to look at that. You're kind of searching for the holy grail a little bit there, but volume, I find, is the best indicator that something's going to move. Did E-Trade put any stipulations on auto trading? Nope, there's no, not that I know of. No fancy stipulations. It's just all, it's your money, it's your risk, right? It's entirely up to you. So Candy, about the beta version, any known issues and everything are right on the page where you downloaded it from. So yeah, anything that's known is there, but just know that if you've downloaded a beta, then you've downloaded it with what's known and what's unknown, right? Because a lot of what we do, the reason that we share the beta is that we may not know there's any bugs until we see some users come in and say, hey, this thing isn't working the way I think it should. And then we look to see whether it's user error. And in most cases, it's user error, but every now and then there is a legitimate bug or something, and then we'll fix it and it will get pushed out in the next beta. And that's, for people who are not involved in tech, that's kind of the whole point of beta programs, is just to say, I want the new thing and I'm okay trading the new thing for, having everything perfectly stable. And then it helps us as a company kind of figure out, because people use the software in all kinds of different ways. So someone may use it in a way that nobody in our company would ever think of using it. So no one in our company would see the bug, right? We're all traders, but we kind of trade our own way. And if someone trades some different way, they may discover something that we just haven't yet. Oh, no problem, Candy. How do you quickly change between accounts? So let's actually go. I need to go over to here. So this is all fake over here. Um, I'm testing a new. I use this hour simulator to test any new algorithms that I'm coming up with. So this is just a test, but we'll go in here to answer your questions so I don't have to show account numbers. So all you do, the question is, how do you switch between accounts? So you'll just pick which particular account you want each strategy to run to just by configuring the strategy. And under accounts right now, because this one's connected only to the sim, you only see the sim, but in this list you would see the sim and you would see all of your different account numbers. So even within Interactive Brokers, which is right here, anything that's above like 2 shares is Interactive Brokers. I have multiple accounts. I have accounts for my own personal trading. I have accounts for something that I do where where we trade this account with the other guys that we have, and I can specify which algorithm in which order goes to which account within the account. So yeah, you can do it all there. The other thing you can do, actually, let's go back here for another second. You can go to this accounts tab and right click on which account you want to be default, right? So I'll make this one default, which of course it is because it's the only account attached. And then if I place any orders on the order entry tab kind of down here, this little order entry button, it will go to that default account from there. So that's the way that you kind of switch between them. I do that kind of stuff all the time where I've got these different accounts that I talked about, but then I also have simulated accounts in which I'm testing new algorithms and new theories and things like this in a simulated world, as well as testing things as well. So question about my most effective strategies. Well, building a strategy is a massive deal, right? If there was a way that I could just say, hey, trade like this and make money, I would certainly do that for you guys, but you can't. And again, I always like to post this playlist for anyone who hasn't seen it. And this is actually where I've taken my wife and I've taught her to trade kind of from the ground up. And, it's a nice intro course. It's free on YouTube. We put it up, and Trade Ideas has kind of helped us with that. And from there, we actually go into the concept of strategy development, where, you need to come up with a theorem or an idea, something that you think has potential to work in some way or another. And from there it's just a concept of narrowing down where it works best and going from there. But it really has to start with kind of a written trading plan. And I know people are probably sick of me saying this every time I come on, but the difference between a trader who does well and one who doesn't is all about if they have a trading plan and how loyally they are following that trading plan. So, you would, for me, for example, my kind of procedure is I like to talk to traders and interact with people. I've got a Twitter account and a YouTube account where I make my own videos, which is actually how Trade Ideas started our relationship together. And I like to come up and see what they're doing. If somebody has a theory that they're saying, here, trade this is interesting. I'll take that and I actually draw it on a dry erase board I have right behind me right now, and build a plan around that. Use the back tester to see if there's any any reality in the fact that it works, and then from there narrow that in and say, hey, from there let's start paper trading it, right? So you go from idea. Wherever you get those ideas is entirely up to you. Some of it may just be through, flipping through these channels and finding stocks and saying, Root made a big move. What did it look like before it made a big move? And ACCD, maybe this makes a big move tomorrow, and you say, okay, what did it look like before that big move? You come up with a theory and write that down, and then back test it. And then once the back test looks okay, then it's time to forward test, where you want to know, how does it work in the real world versus how does it work in the other one. Is the order of the alerts in the alert window important or relevant? No. So the way that this kind of works, let's go in and configure, is if you've got a strategy like this, the best way to think of it is the alerts are like they're an or thing, right? So if, say, I had all of these alerts in here, well, the stock could be making a new high or a new low or a new 25% pullback or a new 75% pop. All of this kind of things, any of them can happen, and they're not dependent on one another, right? Because if you can put in a new high and a new low, they can't happen at the new time. So then the filters work in an and way. So let me try to describe this, where this has to be making a new 2-day low, which I have right here, and it has to be between $1 and $500, right? And it needs to be outside the Bollinger Bands in 5 minutes, right? And it needs, the previous day's change needs to be negative, right? So anything in the filter is ands, and anything in the alert is just or, right? New high or new low, or halted or resumed, right? So it doesn't matter what orders these come in, because they don't affect one another. They're independent of completely each other. Hope that makes sense. 666 ACB, up the devil's number. Why is there a delay with the execute? It's because we try to make so the question is, why is there a delay with the sim and executions? And the reason that there is because we try to make it analogous to the real world, right? There's no benefit in making everything instant and super fast and all this, and then all of a sudden you build a strategy and you're like, oh, it worked on the trade ideas sim, which fills me instantly. And then you go to the real world where you're trading through a retail broker, and that retail broker is selling your order flow to a prop firm and all of this. And then all of a sudden you've gone from being instant to having like a half-second delay here and there in your trading, and whatever trading strategy you developed in paper ends up not working in live, and that doesn't help you out. So we have these little like half-second to a second delays, and it helps you kind of feel more or less what real world would be. And then if, it's kind of like, I used to swim competitively, and it's kind of like swimming with weights on, right? You don't want to race all the time with flippers on and then not be able to wear flippers during your race. You'd rather race or practice with weights on, and then when it's time to go for the real game, you take off the weights and you should be much, much faster. As opposed to a lot of sims that go the other way around, and everyone goes, oh, I'm a genius on the sim. And away we go, right? And that just doesn't help anyone. Thank you. I'll watch that video tonight. Just a warning, there's 40 videos there. Depending on your trading experience, just skip ahead. I literally took my wife, who's never traded before, never had an investment. She's a dental hygienist by trade, and basically sat her down, and the first lesson is, what is a stock? And it goes from what is a stock to at the end, it's statistical analysis with trading plan building and blah, blah, blah. But it starts absolute basic. So if you watch the first couple videos and you're like, this is a bit too basic for me, just jump ahead a little bit and see things go right. I break down how a candlestick works. I break down moving averages and trend analysis, and it is from basics to advance. So just know that if you're watching the first couple episodes, you're like, holy crap, this is basic. Just skip ahead a bit, and vice versa, right? If you skip ahead and then you watch a couple and you say, holy crap, this is too advanced, well then pop back a few episodes and go from there. I want to find stocks where the hourly stochastics and 5-minute stochastics are oversold. We don't have those filters, but we do have RSI filters. The RSI and stochastics, generally speaking, if they're showing oversold, they're both oversold. They both, I built stochastics as an indicator, will be added to the trade ideas chart soon. I've built that in. I'm testing it now. But as the guy who builds the indicators, their math is almost identical. Same with Williams percent R, right? That it's, there's nothing fancy in there. All the math is the same. So I would check RSI, and I bet you're going to get a lot of the same setups. Are there any extra commissions added above what IB charges per trade? So the only extra commission that IB charges if you want to paper trade with them is, unlike every other broker I've ever seen, IB charges you for data, and trade ideas will not work correctly without buying a data plan. And it sucks, and I wish there was a way around it, but there isn't, as far as I can tell. So the data plan that I recommend is called their Equities and Futures Snapshot. And what it does is it allows you it costs $10 a month, but if you generate up to $30 in commissions, you actually get that refunded. So I don't think I've ever actually paid them the $10 ever, which actually just kind of creates an annoyance on setup. But I just cannot implore you enough that Brokerage Plus will not work correctly until you have that data. But other than that, there's nothing. It's just, you're placing a trade the same as you're placing a trade any other way. So there's no like added cost because you're doing an API trade versus a normal trade. It's all the same cost. Oh, Sam, thanks for the praise. I really do like the playlist. We're not done yet. Jess is paper trading now, and we're gonna continue to add to that with me critiquing her analysis on some of these trades and how she's managed them and things like that. But I am biased because I've made it, but I do think there's a lot of value in that playlist just because it's a free intro course kind of thing. Brokerage cost is added in back tests. Can one set them to reflect the flu charts? Yeah, so you can. So say I want a back test. Let's run a back test on Star Eater. Let's run a back test here. So all you would do, just get rid of that, and then market open day after tomorrow. Let's ignore that. So let's just run this. And this one's littered with customs just because I know someone's going to ask if I can share it. Unfortunately, I can't just because there's customs everywhere. But I'm just loading it up to show you where you can add the cost per trade. And you would need to check this with Interactive Brokers because obviously depending on countries and you may have a different plan, but there's two ways to add in commissions, and one of which is a commission per trade, right? So if I paid, $4.99 a trade, regardless of share size, I could add that in there, or a commission per share. So, say it's, 1 cent a share, I would just type that in there and you can see it adjusts that numbers, and away you go. Thinkorswim linking, not Brokerage Plus, because Brokerage Plus isn't out yet. But Thinkorswim just linking can actually be kind of weird. But there's some linking the trade. So there's a guy who made a video who did a very, this Albert Ding did a great little video here on how to link the two of them. So I would try this guy's videos right here. It's a bit weird. It's on the Thinkorswim side. I think they're trying to like lock out for protection's sake, which again, that's perfectly in their right. But I would try this guy's video on how to set it up. I know we send it to people a lot in support, and they get pretty good luck with it. I don't have the beta version. You just go to tradeadeas.com and click the download and scroll to the bottom. And the beta version that's open to you guys is there. And then away we go. Joe, that link is a video for Sam above. So yeah, Candy, you just download it from our website, and that's the current beta we have, and we'll update that as we build more things. Is it possible to have a live bid and ask? No, we don't actually have those data points updating live and consistently. For those, you just go to your broker, right? Every reputable broker's got a level 2 that you can use. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel there. Fidelity, again, they should. If you're with a broker that doesn't give you at least a level 1 quote of the bid and ask, run from that broker and go to any other broker, because the beauty of capitalism, right, is there's so many different ways to go for. Well, you can reference the bid and ask sizes, right, and you just go in and you hit strategies and configure, and this is how you'll find. So if I want to know if configuring, I can just go bid, and there's what we have for bid, and I can go ask, and there's what we have for ask. But he was asking for live, the live version, which makes me think he's looking for level 1 prices, which again, you're better to get from your broker. Even for Brokerage Plus, we pull in the level 1 prices from Interactive Brokers because they have just a faster connection. Our system is built for data parsing and data management, and then we're going to leave the very basic broker things to the broker. And again, if your broker doesn't have live level 1 bid ask prices, just go to any other broker, right? If you're with Fidelity and for whatever reason their platform doesn't give you live level 1 prices, go to any other broker on planet Earth. E-Trade, Thinkorswim, TradeStation, Interactive Brokers, all of them have some sort of active trading platform that has level 1 prices on it. So we haven't really talked even about trading at all, but that's fine because, here's the daily chart of the SPY. We have, there's the low of the last few days, and here's the high of the last few days. So we haven't done really anything in 5 days now. So we'll, makes trading incredibly boring when the market just doesn't move. I don't mind an up market and I don't mind a down market. I just hate a sideways nothing market. ACB is the only thing I see kind of moving around on my screen. Looks like it's pulling back here a bit. I'm just swinging it from 1044, so just right in this area. Yesterday had a doji, and today it looked like it was going, but it looks like we're kind of struggling with these highs. So I'll keep an eye on this to see if I have to do anything. If we can pull back here and bounce at VWAP, maybe. The SPY's digging in. What are the other weed stocks doing? Cron. Let's see, Cron's doing great. Isn't just weed, isn't that, or is that that's in Canada, isn't it only? Yeah. But really, there's not a whole lot happening in the market. I picked up some GE yesterday. That one's doing okay, but that's kind of a sloppy chart. AUTY, it's pulling back. I've got a nice protective stop in there. I was trying to get up into this gap a little bit more. EQ is finally going today. I really like the look of this EQ where, if we can kind of get to and above this recent high at 640, maybe we get a bit of a push, right? It did this a while back. I don't expect it to get, I would obviously be happy if it got to 20. I don't expect it to. But if I can get into the sevens with this, I'll certainly be very happy. So if you wanted to get into ACB and you wanted all those rules that you have there, Sam, let's take a look at that B plus video, and then you'll just get these buttons right here. Let's go over to my paper account and do it there. So if I'm in ACB, or I want to be in ACB, I would set up all of these parameters that you want it to. And then when you're in the strategies tab, you would just right click. For example, I'll just use the stop at today's low and I'll turn that on. And once you click set chart as default strategy, and again, all this is done in the video, which I go a little slower in. But you had it set up, you had a stop loss and then a profit target you wanted. As soon as that's set up, you just click the buy button and then you'll click at whatever price you want it. Say you wanted to buy it at 1105, you could click that right there. And what that will do for my strategy, just because I have it set up putting the stop at the low of the day, is it will then put that order out and it will put the stop at the low of the day. And if you wanted a profit target, you could put that in. And if you wanted it to only hold a certain length of time, you could put all that in as well. But that's the way I would do it, is I would set up the strategy, the kind of the algorithm the way you want it, and then you can just click on it and click wherever you want that to happen. And yeah, that's how I do most of my trading now. If it's discretionary, I do that. I do that clicking through there, just because you're right. It simplifies the mathematics of, how many shares do I want? Where's my stop loss going to go? Blah, 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 blah. I just have it set to whatever algorithm I use the most that puts the stop. You could have it calculate 1 ATR or something like that and put that out as your stop. And then you can, put these out and then, move them, right? So if I wanted, my stop to go here instead, I could do that. If I wanted the target or the entry order to go up, I can move these around the chart to kind of where I feel the most comfortable at them from there. But it's one of those things that, a computer will only help you if what you want to do is very, if what you wanted to do was very, very specific, right? You want to do ACB at this price and a stop loss of 20 cents. but then you wanted to do XYZ with a stop loss of 25 cents and an entry order somewhere else. Well, then, there's a point where automation doesn't help you if everything's a little bit different like that. I can move the bar, but let's say if I want an 11-cent stop, right? So again, if you're going to change the stop value on every single trade, you're better off doing it manually, or else you're going to have to set up like 1,000 entry scripts, right? There's no way to kind of have the system guess what each individual stop is going to be. So the only time that automation helps you is if you're doing the same thing every time. Like, for example, with my script here that's putting the stop at the low of the day, that makes sense to build into a script because it's going to pick the low of the day on every single symbol. If you're changing from 10 cents to 20 cents to 11 cents to 22 cents, well, at that point, I think you're better off just by doing things manually, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, you can move the stop up and down, but it's not going to recalculate your share size each time, right? You're going to have to do that yourself. It's just going to pick, it's like an entry set. Here are your entry parameters. It's going to pick that same every time. So there's a benefit to standardizing your trading like that, where you're not constantly going from 10 cents to 20 cents to 11 cents to this, and picking something like average true range or something like that makes sense, because then at least it adjusts for you. But yeah, if you're picking kind of a standard number, it's just not going to be your best bet doing that automatically. You're basically setting up a new trade every time you do it, and you're kind of better off doing that yourself. How do I clear what a gap scanner shows at 4 a.m.? So our scanners start at 7 a.m. Eastern. If you want to change what time it's displaying, just right click and under, oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Right click and under time frame, just use historical date, and you can pick whatever time you go here. But just note that we go from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, well, so you're saying the only standard number is the max dollars, but you can't do that, right? Because there's no way to tell the system this time I want 11 cents, and this time I want 13 cents, and this time I want 17 cents, and this time I want 23 cents, because there's no way it's gonna read your mind like that. you're going to have to then go through and calculate that automatically. Now, if you can find a way to, for lack of a better term, computerize what it is that you're trying to do, where you're going to say, I'm going to always use, the last 60-minute range or average true range or the low of the day or the high of the day or something like that. That's something a computer can help you with. But if you're pulling out a random number every time, then, or the computer, not random, you're obviously looking at something on the chart, but it just has no way of knowing what you're going to pick as a stop number this time. There's just no way to do that. Okay, so now we're talking, right? So so now Sam's saying on the single stock there's a smart stop, and if you want to use that, that's good because that's a good, that's a programmatic way you can do that, and that's very simple. And all you have to do is let's go to here, right? When you're again the video I sent for Brokerage Plus, which I'll send again, shows all this under risk management. You'll just go filter, and then you'll find the smart stop. And again, make sure you're using the dollar, not the percentage. And then away you go. So now it's going to change now it's going to change your stop order based off what that smart stop is, but it will always risk you $100 if you have based on stop loss and 100 here. Right? But it needs to be, you know what I mean? So you don't need to go and change this every time from 20 cents to 2 cents to 11 cents to whatever. If you pick something, like what I do is I pick above low and the dollar amount always. So then what will happen is kind of what happens in this situation is say the stock's trading at $10 and the low of day is $9. Right? So the above low filter is going to output $1. So then that means that it's going to take whatever the current price is and it's going to subtract $1 and it's going to put my stop loss out there. And it's going to then go from, this, regardless of what the volatility of the price is, it's always going to look at the low of the day. And it's going to do this math, and it's going to make sure it puts the stop right there. And the same with the smart stop. If you want to use that, you can just go in and say, okay, change that to smart stop, and it will then variate, and then you don't need to worry about calculating that out every time. And that's honestly a way that I suggest to trade as opposed to trying to figure out a stop loss on every occurrence. I'm all about trying to remove the amount of decisions I need to make on a trade as much as possible. So that's why I use constant values like the low of the day or average true range or something that is going to adapt as the stock adapts, but it's not going to you don't need to type it in every time. It's something that the system can kind of make sense of. So Barry will actually be back in a few minutes there. I gotta see a question just for Barry. He'll be back in a little bit. You might actually be coming back. I see him pinging in Slack over here now. Just 1 second, guys. Just debugging here with E-Trade. We're working, just so you know. Everyone's here busting to try to get all this built for you. And we'll send that. All right, so I think Barry's going to be grabbing right now. Sure. So yeah, Barry's taking everything over. So it was nice. It was nice hanging out, and we can again. I'll be back next Wednesday, but again from noon to 1 Eastern every day. There's a different trader. I think it's Jamie tomorrow, and then Andy on Friday. So ask away, and you guys have a good one.
And got it up here. 10:38. All right, go, little guy. Now I'm going to be doing my video, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on it as I'm doing my video. All right, guys, it is 1 o'clock, so I'd like to do my video now so I can get back into the room soon. This is the most active trading day I've had in a while. This should be earlier than 125, but just in case. And again, if you want to follow along my video, not as I'm doing it, I'll remember to mute myself in the YouTube room. Oh, thank you for trying to help there on the technical end, Brett BB. All right, so from my homepage, and you just click here, daily recap right here, okay? And it's usually sent out about 2 hours after I do it. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Ariel had a question on duplicating windows. Okay, so Ariel, are you still in the in that YouTube room? I can answer your question. All right, so you're talking about this one right here, right? So the way I've sorted this, so you do see this. What you'll see here is you'll see every time a stock makes a new high, but you're not going to see it over and over again like this. Okay, so you want it displayed like this. Is that what you mean? You want to see it every time and over and over and over and over again? Is that what you want? There are no new extra filters. No, not in the beta version. No extra filters. Maybe so you don't know. Okay, so what's wrong with this? Okay, tell me what's wrong with this. Okay, the count, for instance, you see 53. That means NTEC has made 53 new highs in the alert window. Yes. That means it's made 53 new highs. Sava has made 149 new highs for the day. You know, and I have, I think, a minimum before we see it. Maybe not in this one. You know, some of the ones I know in this one, the basic new highs. There has to be a minimum of 30 new highs as an example. Okay, it's just another way of looking at momentum. Okay, I mean a stock that keeps making new high after new high after new high is just obviously strong momentum. But so okay, so you're not going to see what you'll see here is if I click makes a new high. Shoot, I should have got out some here. If I click makes a new high, you'll see it. Okay, you just won't see it over and over and over and over again like here. It's just the way I've got this organized. Okay, I mean, obviously I can have it organized, kind of like this. You know, Kern making a new high in this window. It's going to show me every time it makes a new high. I do want to see in this window. I do want to see the stock when it makes a new high, but I don't have to see it sort of in a running list like that. It's up to you, of course, how you want to see it. So it's just a different way of what we call grouping. The typical way, most people, this is what it looks like. Oops. Just give me a moment here. Anyway, so the typical way is in this where it says view mode, newest first. Okay, newest first. Now you can get fancy and do this group and sort by. Okay, and that's kind of what I've done. But the typical way of seeing an alert window is newest first. Then you see it over and over and over again. I mean, it's okay to do that. You'll notice right here that this is the basic new highs, no repeat. So what that means is that I only want to see the first time it made an alert in this window. This is called a no repeat. And it's just an option. Jeez. So if I click on, I'm doing too fast. If I right click on the window, properties, and then where it says don't repeat. So I have my options here. I can don't repeat the symbol for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or a day. So why I like doing it, having these side by side, is I can say, okay, this is the first time I got the alert, 10:20. What did it do since then? Okay, I can take a look at the chart and see what it did since then, as an example. So it's possible that, well, again, you'll only see the alert the very first time then, which is fine. I mean, if that's what you want, you'll only see the alert the very first time. This kind of hammers the point home, and I've got this, and it's saying, hey, 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 look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Okay, it's really hammering the point home. Well, NKLA, bit of a disappointment. Only a disappointment in that I really truly wanted to try to swing this one. And looking at that void here, but too many shorts are piling into this, obviously. Yeah, I mean, at some point there'd be overload. I mean, if a stock like GME is making a new high every second, you won't be able to see it every second. It isn't, but I'm going to show you really quickly how you can do it yourself, okay? Because you may want to construct your own alert window at some point, and then have it, and then you may want to have the don't repeat version beside it. So let me show you how you can do it, all right? So this is available, the basic new highs and lows. So do you know how to, if I put the cloud link in here, do you know how to load it from the cloud so it's on your screen? You do, okay. So just give me a moment here. Okay, so I just popped my homepage link in the YouTube feed for you. So when you click on the link, Barry's homepage, and then click on the scans that I've got right there. Click here. So here it is, all right? Well, in fact, I guess I do have it, no repeat. I thought I didn't have it. I still want to show you how you do it. I didn't think I had it. It might look a little bit different because I think what I did here is I separated the two. So this is going to be one window, but it's not. But if you clicked on this one, the basic new highs and lows to start, and then load it, let me know when you've done that. So it's on your screen. Okay, so now what you do, and I'll answer your question in a bit, Avery. So now what you do is take the window and duplicate it. Right click, duplicate. And I'll bet you're going to know what I'm going to do now. Now, right click. So you don't have to, in other words, you don't have to start from scratch. So now I've duplicated the window. Go to the properties. Go to don't repeat. Check this don't repeat. And I'll pick the duration. If you want it for a day, say okay. And then what I would do is I would rename this, basic new highs and lows don't repeat. Ah, great. You're a fast learner. Excellent. Okay, so Avery, what exactly do you need? I mean, I can give you a little blog that was done regarding for Mac users. Um, Number one, you might want to watch this. So you're absolutely right. I mean, you can use, if you're a Mac user, you can use our web-based version. Not as, robust. You don't have Brokerage Plus. You don't have linking. If you have multiple monitors, you can't. It's just difficult to use. More difficult than the app. I mean, it's still very good. Don't get me wrong. If you didn't care about having this Brokerage Plus and being able to paper trade, and you only had one monitor, it's fine. Okay, but if you want to take full advantage of trade ideas, I mean, it's obviously the app, the download is better. You can use a lot of there are a lot of people at Trade Ideas that use a Mac, and what they do is they use something called like an emulation program like Parallels. Okay, if you're willing to do that, then you can then you can definitely use the app, or you can use something like Amazon Web Services and create, I guess, a virtual machine, something like that. That's all they're going to tell you. Is there anything I can add? You can watch that video, or yeah, it's a video that was done. Okay, you can watch that, and it will explain how you as a Mac user can use our product. Yeah, to fully optimize your experience, I really think that you have to find a way to use the app. That's all I can say. Either using Parallels or a similar emulator or something like Amazon Web Services, which is not expensive, but it is maybe $30 a month extra. But yeah, I don't want to tell you how to pin Windows, AK. It gets people into so many problems. Why do you want to pin your Windows? Unless you're a, I'm gonna like how long have you had Trade Ideas? What happens is people pin the windows and they don't understand really what they're doing. And so then they load a layout and then they load another layout. And all of a sudden what happens is their system slows way down. Trade Ideas slows down to a crawl. And what happens is if I lifted one, if I pulled back one of these windows, you would see the same window underneath and another one and another one and another one and another one. So pinning, you have to be an experienced user. Okay, well, I can show you. So you've got two monitors. Okay, so I can show you kind of. I mean, this is kind of the way around that. And you've said you've had. Oh, you've had the second monitor for 2 hours. Is that what you're saying? So are you using a desktop? And you've added a monitor or using a laptop? Because the reason I asked that is because somebody else tried to do the same thing. Oh, you've had TI for 12 hours. Okay. All right. Um, First of all, please watch this. These are the 20 short lessons. Oh, you're the same guy. You're the same guy. Oh, AK, I'm sorry. Of course, you're the same guy. I'm sorry. I thought it was somebody else. Okay. But pinning shouldn't make any difference. It's the whole idea is maybe that resolution. Did you try and contact our tech support? Okay. I'd hold tight for a callback or an answer to your email, okay? Okay. Well, you're asking me, I had a question, is it good today? Well, I mean, it's an IPO that was priced at 49 and it's doubled. So I don't know how to answer a question, is it good today? It's good if you were, got in really early. But even then, I mean, it opened at 90. So I don't know how to answer that question, Tony. There's Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs are behind this one. So, but if you're asking me, is this a good buy right now? I can't. I don't know. I mean, again, something that the IPO suggested price was 49, and it basically has doubled. Well, again, but Tony, I mean, I can't say. I mean, is it a good buy? I mean, if you're asking me for long term, I mean, I don't know anything about this company other than what I can read about it from the my IPO calendar. Is it going to be good long term? I can't answer a question like that. All I know is that if I were the owners, you way underprice your IPO. Yes, there was, and another crazy one. There was another IPO, MSGM. Another crazy one. Very few in the float. I think only 3 million or 5 million shares in the float. This is another IPO that happened today, and this was priced at. Oh, I'm wrong. What? Is that right? It was priced at 40. No, this is bad. Then I mean, I'm looking at my IB headline. I thought it was priced at 20. Yeah, this is an erroneous headline. IPO price at 40. That should be 20. It's starting to tumble a little bit here, and they've had a big price upgrade, of course. Nio, a little bit of a tumble. I mean, not huge. So Tony, I'm going to give you an IPO calendar, so you can actually track the IPOs yourself as they're coming up. I'll pop this in here also for those of you who want to track IPOs. So when you look at that link, this is what you'll see. Here are the IPOs, and here if you click on the calendar, you'll see the upcoming ones. So that happened obviously today, the 13. So a bunch of them, Marlin. But these are SPACs, okay? I mean they're IPOs, yes, technically, but these are more SPACs, okay? This is a real company, okay? What's happening? I mean, look at all these SPACs. So tomorrow we get Woof. That could be an interesting one. pet food, pets, Petco Health, and so Petco. Okay, that could be an interesting one tomorrow. Woof, 48 million. It's gonna, so it's a big float. Posh. I don't know anything about these guys, but let's take a look. Here's what you can do. You take a look, click on the link, and you see who's behind it. And we've got Goldman Sachs and Bank of America, okay? And look who else. I mean, we've got a ton of co-managers. Look at them all. So that could be a really interesting one. Price range 14 to 17. I'll take your bets right now. You know, how much over 17 is this going to open at? Okay, so that's one. Posh, 6 million shares. This must be a fairly highly priced one. Yeah, 35 to 39. Again, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Barclays. What do they do? Another e-commerce site. They've been around since 2011. So anyway, I mean that's how you can. Well, they'll give you the day it's going to open, Tony, but you know the actual like to the second, no. I mean typically they open after 10:30, but this is what I would do. I'm assuming you have you have trade ideas, right, Tony? I know you do. You have trade ideas. You can do both or one of two things. Make sure you've got the Hulse resumes, because one of the quirks is that an IPO shows up as a resume. You notice how MSGM is there and AFRM is there. Oh, that was a halt before, but it showed up here. Okay, they show up as a resume. But the other thing you can do, and this may be more what you want to do. Let's for instance say woof. I'm going to type in woof. Of course, it's not trading yet, but that does not prevent me from putting in a price alert. So if I create a price alert at some crazy low number at $1, save it. Tomorrow when it opens, my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen with this. Okay, does that make sense? Because I minimize my price alert. I minimize this. And so I see Woof down here. So when Woof opens, I've got this minimized. This window will pop up on my screen. And I'll see it right at the top. So that's another way you can track IPO. So if you go to that IPO calendar, then you can just set up price alerts ahead of time. Just put the symbol name in, no trading yet, of course, and just put the symbol name in, and when it happens, boom, it'll pop up. Yeah, I thought about that all by myself, Torps. All right. Okay, so have I caught up with all the questions? When I zoom my video, I think I've caught up with all my questions. If I've missed a question, just I apologize. Just repost it so that I can take a look. Yeah, what is GBTC doing? Is it filling in that void? The answer is not quite. I've got an alert set right here around $40. These highs are right around $40. And then it starts to fill in this void. We might have the action again. You know, William, I'm trying to come up with a smart, you know what response, but I just can't. Boy, this one just snoozed. VERO, just a complete snooze alert on this one. Yeah, I mean, if you pick the right stock, Tony, yeah, I mean, stocks move quite a bit in the pre-market. You pick the right one, but you know, it's like anything else. If you don't pick the right one, you know, it's going to be just like when the market opens. You don't pick the right one. I mean, there's lots of opportunities to make money when the market opens. Purple Biotech. I haven't seen this one for a while. This is not an IPO. Cannot be an IPO. I think it's probably a symbol name change, and it's having a big day. Look at the volume. Which alerts were those, Tony? You're not talking about these. I mean, this is, you know, I always have to say, I mean, these are alerts, but doesn't mean you take the trade immediately. How is it trading? What's the market doing? Is it coming into resistance? Are you talking about, so these are not alerts. Are you talking about what I do here? The pre-market actives? Like this list that I publish? But I don't put that until 9 o'clock, so. Or are you talking about the scans that I use in the pre-market called gappers? Pre-market. You couldn't have done one of each. There were so many of them. Um, Regarding GME, as an example, okay, now I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. They have not disabled the short action. They've just made it a little more. Well, I don't know if they're not make. I don't know if they're making it difficult on their own, but they're saying, look, we can search for shorts for you, and we'll let you know. Okay, so it's like anything else. I mean, GME. Let's just say, for argument's sake, GME Interactive Brokers had 1 million shorts available at the beginning of the day. And then everybody and their brothers started to take the shorts. And so those shorts that were available, they disappear. So it's not so much that they've disappeared them, you know, on purpose. It's just that the available shorts were snapped up, as an example. Oh, thank you, Phil. It used to be KTOV. Thank you very much. Okay, does that make sense? I mean, I'm not 100% sure that that's with GME, that's what happened. Because I will see during the day, you know, I'll look and say, oh, it's shortable. Then later on, it's not. Because, you know, all the shorts have been snapped up. Now, there are times within IB, and I'm sure and other brokers will have a slightly different way of designating it. But when I see a big red dot, that means, you know what, we're not even going to bother looking for you. This is not shortable. We're not going to allow you to short it. Now that typically, like Mara has not been available. I think the big red dot is still there. Yeah, it's not shortable. And I don't know if they're thinking, you know what, we got to protect people from something like that. Now other brokers will have Mara shorts. So it varies from broker to broker, I guess. But GME does not have the big red dot. Yes, the markets are closed Monday. Yes, they are closed Monday. Long weekend. As a Canadian, I don't. I get to. I celebrate your holidays. So okay. So Poolman, you cannot have. You can have trade ideas. This. So the question was in the YouTube our YouTube room. I cannot sign on to my account using two different computers. Is that normal? Okay, so you can have trade ideas downloaded on as many computers as you want, but you can only have the program open one at a time, one system at a time. So, for instance, I'm on my desktop now. When I shut down and go downstairs, watch a little TV, whatever, I'll have it on my laptop so I can kind of follow along. But I've shut down on my desktop, so therefore I can open it on my laptop. Did that answer your question? Okay, great. How is the IB app? The mobile app? I've never used it. I only no, I've never used it. I shouldn't say never. I think when I was a few years ago when I was traveling, I had a look at it, but I just don't use it. See, Tony, I just wouldn't do that. I mean, that's very risky. I mean, to auto trade an IPO on the day of, I think that's very risky. I guess it's possible. I've never even thought about it. Putting those symbols in a symbol group and attaching it to an alert window, and then putting that alert window in here. But I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I don't think you should, but because it's so risky. Right at the very beginning, anything could happen. 32-inch monitors, Kaiser. 4K 32-inch monitors. So I guess so, Tony. I mean, if you're bound and determined to do it, yes, I guess you create an alert window. How create your alert window, create a symbol list, attach that symbol list to the alert window, put in the symbol list, put the IPOs, and then add it to your strategies here, and then pray. Okay, you can try with Woof. I'll light a candle for you. Yeah, I have no comment. I mean, I see what you're talking about, the curved monitors. Yeah, I mean, it might be a good idea. I don't know. Oh, I missed this one. This is on the unusual options, 399. So there was the alert. It got up to 415, pulled back down here, and then it moved up here. All right, well, I'm still in the iClick. Let's see if it, nothing much happening with it really, but let's just see if it can kind of hold this and start to move again. Okay, my standard answer is going to be let's just see, what sort of filters do I have? Yeah, so it's just possible that, you know, at this point here when the volume was picking up, one of these filters weren't met in 5 minutes. I mean, it would seem that this would be met, 1,000% of normal, 500% of normal. It's even possible, I know it's traded 1.8 million now, but maybe at that point it has to be 350,000 shares. Now here's the other thing. It's possible, but this is a pure Burple. Oh, Burple. This earnings per share can sometimes, and it's this earnings per share sometimes blocks stocks from coming in. Okay, I mean again, you if you did a history, if you got rid of that, it's possible that this would have showed up. You know, this is the trick again to only see stocks and not ETFs. But sometimes that blocks, and I'm noticing this is an Israeli stock. Sometimes that blocks stocks that are, you know, non-USA stocks for some reason. Not all the time. So for fun, duplicate the window. But it could have been at the time of the alert, the other filters weren't being met either. I mean, that's the only reason, because everything else, I mean, at this point, yes, but you're right. I mean, it probably should have alerted up here because, but let me just see what happens here. Yeah, I'm going to see a lot of stocks. No, there must have been another filter blocking it. There has to be another filter that was blocking it. I mean, again, you know, this 500%. Now, if this makes a new, if this, but again, you know, the volume is, see, at this point, the volume, believe it or not, may have been, I mean, the volume really started to pick up here, and that got up to the 1.8 million. I get that. Maybe it was, you know, the volume was slightly under at that point. But because it's not showing up even though I took the filter out. No, 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 no. The flags have nothing to do with it. That just showed me where it was from. Okay, you don't have to have the flag. That just showed me where it was from. But see, look, I mean, this is very possible. I mean, look at the volume that was right here. You know, that's over 1 million shares. It's traded 1.9, so well over half the volume is right here. So at this point right there, I mean, it's hard for me to know exactly, but I almost guarantee it's a filter that is just not being met. You know, the current volume, the relative volume, now it's 7, but, you know, back here it was probably way less than 3. Again, now it's big, but back here it was probably way less than 3. And that was, you know, that was one of the filters that are in place. I mean, listen. I mean, there's usually always a reason, and so again, if you said, "Well, I want to see this one," you'd have to relax the filters. Let me try that again. How about doing this? Now you've piqued my curiosity. Now, the problem is I'm going to get a lot of alerts here. There it is. So that was the reason. See, it's right here. I did see it. There it is, PBPT. You see? It's right there. So that was probably the reason. The relative volume wasn't high enough then. Usually always a reason. And usually it's a filter. All right, guys, NKLA is getting maybe a little interesting again. Look what it's doing here. Nice base right around 20. Maybe if we get some volume, you could have a little run in it. Now, I think that this area here, that would be far enough away though. That's about 2150. You know, that could stall it, but maybe, just maybe, it might have a pop off this 20 level, not unlike what happened this morning. Not saying it's going to do the same thing, but All right, guys, 2 o'clock. A fairly fast day. All right, guys, so Bitcoin is starting to move now. It is starting to move. Look at that 2 minute. I'd still like to see it take out that around 40. And that should keep, if it starts to do that and it keeps moving and starting to fill, not necessarily today, but because I do see the Mara is moving. Remember, Mara is beaten up not because of Bitcoin. It was beaten up because of a financing at 20. Well, it wasn't straight up, but there it is, 399, unusual option activity. I had a pullback and then it's, been moving higher. Still waiting on the iClick, see if it can take out 1050 with any oomph. Yeah, okay, yeah. You guys are talking about this one, Churchill. Well, that's a great base for it to have popped off of, no question. Look at that 15-minute consolidation right here. And the fives down here. Tony, if you're still there, why don't you use our simulator first? Okay, rather than, I don't know if you're planning to, I don't know if you're planning to actually trade your live, like your account. Why don't you try that with the simulator first? Then commit money to it. I'd hate to see you, get into try to take an IPO. I don't even know where you get it. That's the other thing. Depending on your limit offset, I mean, that thing could be moving so quickly. You may not even get it unless you have a limit offset of $1. Yeah, bingo is actually, I have a thumbnailed. I do have a thumbnailed, and I see that it is some severe rippage. Okay, so these little cryptos are coming out of the woodwork again. There's EBON. All right, guys, I got out of it, the iClick. I just don't. If it hits 1050 later on, maybe I'll take a look at it again, but I'm out of iClick flat. So turn on. So an alert window, and including the AI, in order to have a sound alert, you just right click, including the AI. Well, I'll do the AI because it's slightly different, but the AI slash, and then actions, okay? Actions. And this will be the same. You'll get the same sort of menu from an alert window. And then, check the play sound, set up the sound. Now, if you want it text to speech, you can do one of them text to speech. You don't want to do every one text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which one to look at. So you can do, say, if you want the AI to call out the symbol name, just click text to speech. Okay, and then you can play it. You'll hear how it sounds. Say okay a couple of times. Okay. Otherwise, for other alert windows, you can check the use custom sound, and then you click on select. And then these are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. You can click on one, you can open it, play it. And if you like what you hear, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to your window. Okay? So did that answer your question? Okay, good. And don't forget to save your work. When you exit, make sure you save your work. You have to, because a change like that, unless you save your work, it won't be tomorrow. You'll have to do the same thing again, which is crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, it did actually. I'm surprised it did what it did up here. Got up to here, this price right up here. Again, this will have to be watched going forward. See how powerful. I don't know this group at all, Chardon Capital. They put a $10 price target on it. Is it really? I read a big article this morning about Zoom. Yeah, getting into lots of different things. You guys are talking about Baba? No, is that the one where the chairman went missing or something? An RSI scan to alert stocks at extreme RSI values. Okay, well, I mean, we have an RSI filter. So if you just start off like this, just to show you what you can do. So if I type in the search and I type in RSI, here are the RSIs that we have. 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60, or daily, okay? So you have to pick what time frame you want. Okay? So let's just say, for argument's sake, you pick the 15-minute RSI. Add the filter. Now, it's up to you to figure out, some people will say 80 is a very high, so you could put 80 as a minimum, okay? And that's your start. You start off there, and then you start to, do the other things like, okay, maybe you don't want to look at every stock that has a 15-minute RSI of 80. You might want a certain price range you want, a minimum volume that you want. You start, but this is the filter that you'll use, and surround it with other filters so you kind of whittle the universe of stocks down. And then now you can do this. Okay, so first of all, does that make sense? Okay, on the web-based version. Let's see. I don't use it, so let's just see. All right. All right, so it's the same thing. So new, alerts. So here's your window. Okay, and well, maybe blank, but I mean, you should see something. It depends, you know. I mean, it's supposed to be a new alert window. So it's okay if it's blank because now you start to configure it. Right click, configure it. Okay, and now remember I was saying, now I don't know about a search here. Filters. Yeah, you can search. Okay. Okay, so when you say it's blank, so you can't right click and then configure, right click, configure. I think there's something going crazy with Sava, S-A-V-A. All right, so do you have a do you have a green ball? Okay. So you're connect now. The only thing I can think of is that even though you've got a green ball which shows that you're connected. Now you say you're new. How new are you? Today new or yesterday new or 2 days? Have you ever been able to use it? Okay. I have a feeling that what's happened is, even though you think you may have, but you haven't filled in your exchange agreements. You know, there are some exchange agreements that part of the sign up process, it talks about accepting NYSE, Amex, NASDAQ. You have to check, I accept, I accept, I accept. It's very possible that you've missed that step. You did fill them in, 100%. Because that's typically the issue. Somebody will look at your account and then go, they're not, maybe it wasn't filled in correctly. Yeah. Have you contacted our tech support on this? Like I'm minimal tech support, okay? You know, I'm running you through something that should work. And if it doesn't work, then I'm yeah, so yeah, obviously if you have the green ball, you're 100% sure you're connected. So let me give me a moment here. They'll look at your account though. They will look at your account just to make sure, okay? So if you go to the home page and then should be a little kind of a pop-up. It'll say, start a live discussion. Indicate what's happening. And hopefully somebody can get back to you and answer your question. Apologize, I just can't, if 99% of the time it's the exchange agreement, but if you're convinced you've done it, then really meanwhile, FRSX, jumping here along with the Sava. Wow. Just trying to see if there's any specific news for it. I know this was pretty active. I think this was it wasn't on my watch list, but well, let me try this again then. See what you're doing. I'm going to load the web-based version again, just to see. left click the account tab. That's really bizarre. So you see how the web-based, I mean, the web-based version is fine. If you have one monitor, I mean, you're getting all the same alerts. You know, I mean, this is breaking out on volume. This is this particular scan breaking out on volume. You know, I mean, you're getting all the same alerts. It's all real time. It's just that, for instance, you had several monitors. You can't do something like this. You know, take this and put it on another monitor. Things like that. But if you only have one monitor and you don't care about using Brokerage Plus, the web-based version is fine. Yeah, so Chris, it'll be available in the next beta, I guess. In fact, I'm not. You might even try. I don't know if it might even be available on the current beta that's on the website. Try it. I think somebody told me it was available on the current beta. So, so let me just click on my home page and then download the software. And then where it says, come down, not this one, but right down here, the Pro Beta. Oops. There we go. Country flag. So yeah, so the flags are now available, guys, with a new beta. So if you click on my homepage link and then click on the download software and then just scroll down to the beta, the flags are available now. Okay. So this is Alzheimer's, I guess, CASA, or SAVA, sorry. If you click on, I think on the, if you click on account, it might, we're looking at doing an auto, but a lot of people don't want an auto upgrade. All right, so I thought that if you click on the account, something is shaded. Usually we let people know via email. So I think the simple answer right now is no notification. Though we're looking at either doing it in an automated way, but some people don't like that. I say the heck with you. Every time I load Interactive Brokers, they auto update my system or my program every single day. They don't ask me if I want to; they just do it. I don't think. Yeah, you might be able to do it right here. I guess I've never really thought about it. But production, you'd have to click on all releases, I guess, because then that'll get you to the beta, I guess. I've never even, I forgot this even existed. Try it. It won't kill. It won't hurt anything. Okay, well then try. Boy, we've got a couple of super movers here. FRSX, which is shortable, so it might be coming into a short, and then the Sava, which is also shortable. I know, William, you're chomping at the bit. Well, it's definitely no, not quite. I thought this was a little closer in terms of the resistance. 1250 is the next high looking left on the monthly. 1268, 1234. So it's approaching, but it is still about $1 away. How about FRSX? It looks like it's just a little bit above the the Bollinger Band right there. It looks like around 673 or so. So it's at 695. Definitely above the channels. But you probably have your hands full of the other one. Next high looking left on that monthly is way back here in January of 2018. So, wow, 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Well, how did that one work out? 1084, 1168 right now. Unusual option activity. Wow, look at these two go. They're completely different sectors. You know, it's funny. This made my gap ups, but it didn't really do anything for the first hour. All right, guys, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Oops. All right, I'm back. Well, I see it finally did fall. Look at FRSX. Wow, what a fall here. Way. And how about the Sava? Sounds like Sava worked out for William eventually. Yeah. And the market keeps pushing higher and higher. Hey guys, I'm still kind of watching that NKLA, especially if it has a late day thrust here. I want to see if it, I mean, it's basing unbelievably well just at 20. All we need is some volume to come in, like maybe a volume bar like that. That one right there. Volume bar to pop it up. And just as I speak, it starts to move down a little bit. KOPN, haven't seen that one for a while. Let's see, what are you doing? Ah, well, okay, the only thing I see on it on the 11th, after hour, or no, on the 11th, Wainwright raises the price target of it to, yeah, I mean, to 350. So no great, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's had a nice move, fantastic move. And you get it down here and you can get it up there for sure, but I don't know what's going to move it. They raised the price target to 350, which, you know, I mean, it's at $3 now. All right, just kind of checking some of these ones that showed up are showing up here. Epics, wow, Epics. It looks like a symbol name change, maybe. Let me just, maybe not. No, maybe not. Wow, this was Epic back here, $234. Do I think Acor will be one of those after hours? Let's take a look, see what it's doing. So the high in the pre-market was around 780, so it's got some room to move here. I mean, it's possible. I mean, you'd like to see it. You'd like to see it be up in this area. You know, you don't want to see it down here and then have an after-hours move. So you want to see it here. I mean, the high is 718. Looks like 718. Not counting the pre-market. Probably like to see it up in this area here and then just check to see what happens after hours. I mean, it has some room for sure. Yeah, 684. So, I mean, looking left, you know, it got to get over 684. It gets over 684. Then the next high looking left on the weekly is around 984. So, you know, I'd like to, you'd like to see it, I think, up in here when it closes. Just a moment, please. Remember now, CNET is not the same though, right? CNET is not. I mean, CNET's got nothing to do with crypto, as far as I can remember. I saw another post, maybe you were the same person, talking about XNET and CNET. I don't think CNET's got anything to do with crypto. I may be wrong. Maybe it, I'm looking at their at the profile. Doesn't appear to be have it, but of course that could have changed. Just happens to be two China stocks with very similar symbol names, but I don't think they've got anything to do with each other. All right, NKLA is starting to drift down now. It's not holding 20 anymore. This might actually be a short. Yeah, not a bad alert right here. IRIX 431, got up to 460 on the move. You can see there's the blue arrow. That's the candle right here on the 2-minute chart, on the 5-minute chart, on the 15-minute chart. That's where the alert happened. I don't know. I don't know what they do. Communications equipment. I have no idea. I don't see a headline for them. No idea. ITI. Let's see. Is there a Okay, so there's a today's percent. So the question was, is there a column for percent gain? So there's percent profit. Today percent profit. I don't see anything on the for the individual stocks. I wonder if this is it, plus minus positive. I don't use this one. Give me a moment here. Yeah, I don't know what this is showing me. This looks like, yeah, penny change. Yeah, not percent. So I guess not. I guess not. You know, if you want to do an info at trade-ideas.com and ask, it does seem a little strange that it's not available. Boy, FRXX continued. Had a little pullback here, and look at this now, though. Look at the volume that came in. Oh, what an alert here. 213, 639. $30-minute. Right here. At $4. Wow, yeah. You're talking about that one right there at 11:30 or 11 o'clock? 11 to 11:30. $130. Okay, let me let me do it again. Oh, this one right there. Yeah, just a little bit above that topping tail, not 100% engulfed, but yeah, I mean, I must not have had the right time frame. All right, guys, it's 2:44. This is my long day, so I'm going to start wrapping this up pretty quickly here. Yeah, I attend the webinar at 5 o'clock. Help out. So before I go, just do a couple of things here on my homepage. All right, so you click on my homepage link. Lots of information here, including you want to take out a subscription right there. There's a promo code you can use. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas and you'll see the subscription pricing that we've got. Then you can apply the promo code. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Another stellar one today or for this week. FUV. Already done my recap. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. And lots of education links right there. 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. This is the one that I attend today. You can sign up for them all right there. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today's is with Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas. Educational videos right here. And some ebooks right here. So a lot of information on my homepage. You get it before the market. Well, okay, so there won't be one obviously on Monday. So it'll be on Tuesday. Assuming he's going to do one, I'm sure he's going to do one. But you'll get it on, you'll get it Tuesday morning in your email. Good night, Real. Yeah, it was a great day. I didn't take part in the GME or anything like that, but definitely the NKLA for me was just really nice at the beginning of the day. Yeah, that is a. I really wish they get rid of that. It's too convoluted. All it is this. It's just the AI. Okay, you can't get a sample of it. You have to have our premium service. It's just the AI. There's no sample available. If you have our premium service, you enter a premium service, and then you would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and then you'll see the alerts as they come in during the day. Okay? Well, William, I'm sure you're out of your Sava short. Yeah, you have an entry price, you have a stop price, you have it all laid out here. This is what they're talking about. And then you manage the, so, you know, this one is up, you know, if you were still in the trade, 6.8%, 5.4%, 3.4%. Okay. Yeah, but it's when you get the alert, you know, you have, when you start off at the beginning of the day, this box is blank or this window is blank, and then the alerts start to happen. You know, today there were not many. I mean, sometimes you get up to about 15. I would say this is kind of maybe a slower day. You don't want too many anyway, but that's what it looks like. You have an entry and you have a stop. Manage the trades. I don't display it just because it's not, you know, it is a premium service, not fair to those who pay for the service. But doing what I just did there, obviously it's okay. Meanwhile, this will not quit. FRSX will not quit. Boy, really no clue. I mean, I did have this in the watch list. If you check my watch list up here, this is one of the ones that I right there, FRSX. There's a gap up, but you tell me. I mean, there's the market open. 1, 2, 3. There's about an hour. Yeah, a little pop, and snooze, and then look at this. I mean, just a ramping up. All right, guys, we're starting to wind down. Let me closing the room, maybe a little bit before. Okay, there's Bitcoin, guys. So Bitcoin now is starting to, I mean, this is the ETF for Bitcoin, starting to fill in this void, starting to fill it in maybe. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Can it start to fill back in here? If that's the case, then we should start to see the Maras. Oh, again, Mara's a little bit different because it did a financing, but maybe more like the Riot. Some of the Bitcoin plays, crypto plays. Torps or somebody, I think it was Torps, somebody asked me to take a look at GNCA. Yeah, I mean, there's the high of 3. It's getting close to that high of 3. Next high looking left is 294. Wow, Sav, I'm sorry. I know, Ryan, this is going to be hurting you. But, yeah, where's your stop? I think I know the answer. Yeah, I'm gonna stick an alert around 314 for GNCA. Not for today. I don't think it'll take it out today, but if it does take it out tomorrow, what's the float? 36 million, not excessive. I mean, look at the room it's got, 570. So I'm going to put this in here around 313, see if it takes it out tomorrow. That is for the GNCA. I don't have to ask you, Ryan, do I? You did not have a stop, really, did you? Mm-hmm. Any any particular reason why not? Okay. All right. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? I say I'll. Okay, Acor. So are you talking about a top list, or I mean, top list a little bit more difficult because you can only go in 5 minute bites when you do a historical. You're talking about a top list or an alert window, Ariel. No, I'm not. I announced that I was out flat. I forgot to put it up here. Sorry. Quite a while ago now. Yeah, I was right. I was, getting a little. I thought maybe, but that I thought that was the one. I thought maybe that would be the one, but I started looking at there and said, no, I don't want it anymore. Well, it's hard for me to know, Ariel. I mean, yeah, it's hard for me to know. It could be other filters in place that are preventing it. This is something that I would do. Okay, this is a little more advanced. I think you're new, but this is a little more advanced. And let me give you template. So this is an alert window, okay? But let's look at it as an alert window. This is what I call the stocks like this template. And you can then see, so I'll give you, now you notice I've got a lot of columns here. Now I don't know if the RSI 2-minute is in here. I can add it. Okay, so this is a very cool. Let me just back this out. I'm sure it's way over here. There it is, the RSI 2-minute. So this is a very cool thing to have. You can put as many filters as you want as column headers up here, and then you can see what the values were virtually all times during the day. Okay? And all you do is configure and symbol this, and then single symbol, and you type in the symbol that you're looking for. Now, the only difference is that this requires a trigger of some sort, like a new high or new low or a 5-minute high. But then you can see everything that happened at all those time periods. So if I did that right now, just for fun. With Acor, let's see what happened here with Acor. I do a history today. Well, first of all, I see an RSI of 98. So unless this really started out really crazy low, I mean, I see an RSI of 98. Now, that is the open, 930. Yeah, so what happened is, okay, so now I can, okay, if it dumped, okay, so I'll just change the alert to a new low. And let's see what happens if on a new low. I still don't see. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give you this so you can play around with this, okay? I think this is something, I mean, I still don't see it less than 30. Right there, 33, that's what we have. And you're talking 0 to 28. I don't see, I mean, it might, and then it got back up to 98. That's what our software saw. Okay, so I'm not sure how else I can answer you. This is a great little tool though. You can see all the values. This is used to, you know, you want to create a scan. You see something, you say, wow, I'd like to create a scan that would show me this stock that happened today. And you can take this and you can see the filters that are involved and, you know, get the values and you can create a scan and, you know, maybe it's going to show you a similar stock the next time. Let me give this to you, and again, you can play around with it. I don't know how else I can help you. All I can see though is that it's not under, at any point, it was under 28 all day, according to our software. Yeah, that's something I don't know, Ariel. I mean, I don't use the 2-minute. Have you got using a RSI on here? Yeah, so I don't know. I honestly don't know. It should. I mean, I don't use the RSI on here, so. Sorry, I can't be more of a help. If you want more information, maybe you're going to have to go to info@trade-ideas.com for something like that. I just don't know the answer to that. Okay, basically, okay, go to info@trade-ideas.com and you know, you can tell them that I gave you the stocks like this. According to us, the RSI never dipped down below 33, but on the chart it said 28. What's, you know, why? I don't have an answer for that. Sorry. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. As I say, my long day, so I'm going to wrap this up. Maybe we'll see some of you at 5 o'clock in the webinar. Thanks a lot for all the help today. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock. No, you're no bother. You're no bother at all. Sometimes I know it can drive you crazy when you see little discrepancies like that. All right, everybody. So again, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I hope to see you then. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.